It's part of Alabama Power's mission, along with providing safe, reliable, cost-effective energy. Learn more at alabamapower.com/betteralabama.
Can I guess?
What? Hang on, I'm not done yet. Alabama Power for a better Alabama. I can't even see Rockstar.
I'm going to go Chad Pennington. He's back.
No.
Don't think it's Chad Pennington.
In college, Kentucky's Will Levis sent out a gif of Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm back.
Where was he going to go?
I'm back.
Yeah. I mean, was he just going to quit football? I mean, he didn't have any options.
He's coming. So should Kentucky fans be excited that he is back?
There were moments. I remember against Missouri, he played extremely well. I don't know. I mean, look, they just haven't had a good quarterback situation since Andre Woodson.
That's probably right.
Probably right.
I mean, that goes back to Rich Brooks.
But, they've had good quarterbacks. When you look at Tim Couch and Jared Lorenzen, I mean, you've had some good quarterbacks.
Yeah, but it's the thing that has plagued Stoops. He's always been really good defensively, but boy, they have been very pedestrian offensively.
It's their Georgia Light, the poor man's Georgia.
They
And it's
really
not even
are.
really close, but they've become almost the second best team in that division, and it's all about at least at that level, they've done a really good job recruiting, but he can't get quarterback right.
Jalen Weidermeyer of Texas A&M is going to the NFL. No surprise there, really. Most people projected him to be an NFL guy going into the season.
Yeah, I think behind Brock Bowers and Kohler for Iowa State, I mean, he's probably your third, fourth best tight end in football.
And the final thing to throw out here is Shane Beamer and Mac Brown has agreed to do this. The winner of this year's Duke's Mayo Bath, Duke's Mayo Bowl, will take a bath in Duke's Mayo. Now, by bath, they won't strip down.
I do it once a year. I love it.
Do you really?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, we do
I
weird
do like
things.
mayonnaise a lot, though.
Okay. So Duke Mayo sponsors the bowl. The CEO of Duke's Mayo said, I will donate $10,000 to the winning team's charity if you would let us dump mayo on you instead of a Gatorade full of water.
Like on the field?
Yeah. So they will dump
Mayo's
mayo
thick.
on him.
You have to shake the.
You would have to shake it.
If you saw the guy who at the Duke's Mayo kickoff between Clemson and Georgia do it on the game day set, he just poured it on him and all over him, and that still made the clip all year long.
They're going to have to dilute it a little bit, though.
There's not a coach that wants that to happen, but how do you say no when he says, I'll donate $10,000 to your charity?
Yeah, so they've each got a charity. So if Beamer in South Carolina wins, or if Mac Brown in North Carolina wins, I want South Carolina to win because we like Shane Beamer. He comes on our show. But I want to see the old man sort of get dumped with mayo. That'd be fun to see how Mac reacts to
I
that.
bet that's the first time you've ever said that sentence.
Yeah. Does he spit out his chewing tobacco before he gets? Because he chews that tobacco.
Yeah, I don't think they mix.
Mayo plus Red Man? That is bad.
You always get this from Mac when he's walking off the field at halftime. You always get one of those.
Got to get rid of it.
You want to shake his hand immediately, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Some poor
he
girl's
does.
got to interview him.
Hey, Laura. Yeah. Let's talk here at halftime. That's our show. The replay starts immediately right here on the app. Don't forget, always available for you at YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. LT is back after Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, brother. We are back tomorrow live. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Great show ahead today, minus Lance Taylor on the 3-shot here, Christmas Vacation, not the movie, the actual thing he's doing. We're here live with you, Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Lunsford, all with you today, live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, presented by Bud Light. We're the next round. Great show lined up for you, including Wimp Sanderson coming up in the very next segment to talk about last night's disaster at the BJCC, Barrett Jones and Todd Fuhrman a little bit later on. We go to a basketball game, and we see basically an NCAA tournament-like contest last night, Brownie. It was a 4-ish seed Alabama against a 13-ish seed Davidson, and my bracket got busted last night. Davidson takes it to Alabama. Game really not as close as the score indicated to me. 1-point game.
I don't know. I mean, I thought those two teams were about alike.
Yeah, one though led by, I think, double digits at 3 different times throughout the night.
Yeah. Look, Alabama's got some issues. We'll talk with Wimp about those issues. It's funny, I saw an article, I think it was Saturday Down South today. Is it time to panic about Alabama basketball? And I'm like, wow, how far Alabama basketball has come. 9-3 through the pre-conference, nationally ranked. People are asking that question. But there are some legitimate questions about Alabama, especially defensively. And Nate Oates asked those questions after the game. We'll ask Wimp about that coming up. But Alabama doesn't defend. Now, look, they lost Herb Jones. Like, I was talking to somebody after the game. What's number 13's name? That kid that made all the shots for them. For Davidson.
35 made the most.
Well,
but,
but he was
13
inside.
is
No.
Mike Jones, I believe.
I'm talking about Mike Jones, who scored 21, and he was 3 of 3 from beyond the arc. I told somebody after the game, Herb Jones would have shut that guy down.
Yeah,
that guy doesn't get shots off against Herb Jones.
Herb's a great defender, no doubt, and you lose that. But this team was being talked about. The reason you get a story like that in Saturday Down South is because this team was being talked about after a win over Gonzaga in Houston as the second best team, not in the SEC, in the country. It was Auburn and Alabama in the SEC. It was Baylor, and people were like, man, guys like Archie Miller, who used to coach a very well-respected basketball mind, thought this was the second best team in America after that Gonzaga-Houston run. And since then, they've had to come back and beat Jack State, and they've lost to Memphis and Davidson now. Now, there's a good chance you'll see Memphis and Davidson in the NCAA tournament. And I think that's what becomes concerning to Alabama fans is that was a differing of styles that you see in the NCAA tournament. And Alabama, on short notice, with this being a replacement game, wasn't prepared for that kind of style. And Davidson made Alabama play their style of basketball last night.
Yeah, I saw you tweet that the biggest mistake Alabama made was getting Davidson on short notice. Well, that's exactly what you have to do in the NCAA tournament. So if that's an issue for Alabama, that's
you have a couple more days.
Problem.
If you get them in the first round, it's a couple of more days to prepare.
Yeah, but to even it up, Davidson had the same amount of time to prepare for Alabama. So that's exactly what you would have in the NCAA tournament, equal preparation time.
Oh, absolutely. But I believe Alabama's style is easier to prepare for. I think more people, play fast, shoot the threes at the way Alabama plays than the way Davidson plays.
Yeah,
I mean, it's such a disciplined way of playing basketball with the off-ball screens and everything. We'll ask Wimp about it. It just seemed like Alabama couldn't play the way they wanted to play because Davidson, on their end of the floor, dictated the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I did feel that way. You're absolutely right. And Davidson was stone cold, really, to start the game. I mean, Alabama had that lead, and then once Davidson started heating up, Alabama's defense didn't have an answer, and that is the biggest issue with Alabama basketball. Now, their offensive production has been down of late, and one of our listeners, Paul, who's a big Bama Hoops fan, says he's not worried about the offense because Petway calls the offense, and Petway's been away from the team with an illness. And as he points out, Alabama was averaging 85 a game. The last two, they're averaging 71 a game. The last two, Petway has been off the bench. Now, is it directly relational to that? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. But that is a variable that Antoine Petway normally is there. Antoine Petway isn't there, and Alabama's offense has struggled a little bit.
Yeah, variable, no play on words there with what's going on in society. But Keon Ellis, he's not shooting his normal stroke. He's my favorite Alabama basketball player.
So you like Keon Ellis,
and he's not playing his normal offensive game, and that could be impacting him defensively. Rockstar, let's hear from Nate Oates after the game last night. Forrester sending in this sound from post-game last night. Nate Oates over in the BJCC, and what a great outing it was last night.
I want to say that, man. They really did a nice job. That's the first time I'd been in the arena since the redo, and it is really nice. And I watched the highlights in the office on SportsCenter there. It looks good on TV, like used to when they would show BJCC stuff on TV. It didn't look good. Yeah. It looks good on TV.
Lighting's better. The seating is better. It looks really good. Still some issues on the concourse with getting people in and out of concession lines. A lot of complaints about that last night, but that's not a CM Newton Classic problem. That's a BJCC concession issue there to get people in and out. Only about half full last night. They announced the crowd close to 10,000. I pictured it somewhere around 8,000. But it was a good scene last night. Glad to have Alabama and Birmingham. Wish they would win when they play in Birmingham, because they usually don't.
They never do.
They usually don't when they play in Birmingham.
Guess who they're going to get there next year?
They get Gonzaga next year. But NCAA tournament teams are coming back because they made the BJCC a lot better. It's a beautiful facility now with better locker rooms and great amenities. Wish we could just get people in and out of concession lines a little bit faster. Maybe that's something they'll work on down the line. But Alabama's defense last night, a problem. Nate Oates sees it, he knows it, and he talks about it.
Like I've said before, I'd rather go into go into the conference, having played some really good teams in the non-conference and getting exposed for what we got to work on it. Our defense is being exposed, so I'd rather, we could have played some lesser opponents. Defense bad, offense was good enough to win because, they weren't good enough to beat you, and then you get into SEC play and it gets exposed. Like we got to fix it. We starting with me, obviously I got to put a bigger point emphasis on it. Down with coaches, down with players, everybody. We got to get the defense fixed. They got to realize we play hard, we play good defense, we're a good team. If we don't, we're not a very good team.
Yep. Pretty simple there from Nate Oates there. And, good competition. Davidson's good. Could win the A-10. Could finish third in the A-10. Could be a tournament team. Memphis was a preseason top 10 team. So those losses are not bad losses. In the schedule, nobody's tested themselves more than Alabama has, with the elite teams that they have played, getting ready for SEC play. But now it's a break, and you play Tennessee next, and then you're into the grind of the SEC. Oh, and by the way, you mix in number 1 Baylor into that SEC schedule. So that's what's ahead for Alabama. That's our post-game sound last night, presented by our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, Alabama Power for more than a century has served our state, helping attract business and industry and quality jobs to Alabama. It's part of Alabama Power's mission, along with providing safe, reliable, cost-effective energy. Learn more at alabamapower.com/betteralabama. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
And a AU fan who's an Auburn fan, Auburn versus Alabama will be interesting. Two completely different teams, Auburn front court, Bama backcourt. Right now, the Bama front court players are lacking a little bit. That got exposed last night. Alabama won the offensive rebounding, but some key putbacks from Davidson. They seem to be able to get to the rim. That's what surprised me most. I knew, we talked about it on the show yesterday, that Davidson was percentage-wise the 4th best shooting three-point team in the country. And I knew that they would be draining threes in the game. I was surprised at how good they were around the rim last night.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama got bodied on the inside. That big number 35 wore Alabama down. Bediako got back down by him a couple times. They just, Gurley, they just didn't have an answer on the inside. And, to an AAU fan, if you get a lot of Kessler in that game, that's a handful for Alabama.
That's right.
Unless Alabama can some way, by their rotation and making a lot of shots, dictate Kessler being on the bench a lot. Yeah, that's a bad matchup for Alabama to his point.
Yeah, and Jabari and all that. Auburn in action tonight, by the way. And they get a little tournament-like test as well. They're playing a 10-1 Murray State team that are the racers, and they like to race. They are one of the best scoring teams in the country. They average 86 points a game. So that goes at 5 o'clock today. SEC Network, that one for Auburn at Auburn Arena against Murray State there. That'll be a very for like 13 matchup as well from the NCAA tournament. If you're used to watching those first day of tournament play, that's what Alabama looked like yesterday. That's what the Auburn-Murray State game. We'll see how Auburn handles that tonight at Auburn Arena before SEC play cranks up. One other big basketball note yesterday, and Buckyball did it again. On the road in Oxford, Samford goes and takes it to Ole Miss. More on that game in a second, but let's hear from Bucky postgame. Cut one Rockstar. Samford 75-73 over Ole Miss. And in that game, Samford started the second half down and went on a 16-2 run out of the locker room. Bucky postgame thanks to the Samford Athletic Department.
Great win. We've been in that situation, those that have been following our team, 6 times this year. 4-minute media timeout, 2 3-point game, and we've come out on top in all 6 of them. So it's a comfortable situation for us. But, we had to overcome a lot of adversity there late. And to see us overcome it and come away with the win on the road against a very well-coached, tough defensive team, I'm really proud of our guys. It'll make Christmas a little more merry.
Bucky Claus.
Yeah.
Samford's 10-2, man, and they've got a win over Oregon State and a win over Ole Miss. Oregon State obviously was a team that went deep last year. Ole Miss is, they've been kind of uneven to start the year. So I think we'll have to wait down the line to see how much those wins impact them. I mean, Samford's probably still in a situation where they got to win their conference tournament to make the NCAA tournament. But the fact that we're talking about them being 10-2,
that's right,
in their pre-conference is terrific. It's as good as they've been in quite a while.
And that's a marquee win, good basketball conference, and Samford will have to be dealt with. He was talking about adversity there. Ole Miss fought back and tied that thing up 68-68 with 3:56 to play coming out of that media timeout. And Samford was able to build that lead back and hold on and win it 75-73. They shot 51% from the floor, did Samford, in that game. So you're worried about defense. I think it was 50% from three and about 51% from the floor from Davidson last night as well. So you got almost mirror images from Davidson and Samford in beating SEC teams last night. Very efficient shooting the basketball. So a big win for Samford last night, big win for Villanova. They beat Xavier last night in a big matchup. Jacksonville State beat Little Rock in some of the basketball action that went on last night. You guys are talking in the Farmfolio chat room today about possibly tonight Auburn getting Alan Flanagan back. That is something Bruce has hinted to, and we talked about earlier in the week. So that will be something to watch tonight. If Auburn can get him back, start getting him some game reps in and get Auburn whole before they make it into the SEC play coming up. So that's our basketball conversation right here off the bat. We'll jump into big football news in just a second and then get back to basketball with Wimp Sanderson. The show being brought to you in part for all the fans today by the folks at the Pants Store. Holiday game day shopping. You can still get by those 5 locations in time to stuff those stockings with great game day gear from the Pants Store. If you're an Alabama, Auburn, or UAB fan, Pants Store located 5 locations. You get it in Leeds, Crestline, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantstore.com. You get all the quarter zips, the button downs, the polos, the sweatshirts, the hats, and the accessories. That's perfect for the fan in your life. And get this, any purchase over $100, free shipping at pantstore.com, pantstore.com. They've got gift cards for you. It's always a great gift. And also free wrapping. It's at Pants Store, 5 locations, and online at thepantstore.com. I think the biggest story away from the actual games going on in the field has become Alabama football in the transfer portal. 5-star Eli Ricks a few days ago, hinting of Boutte coming at some point. But yesterday, a little bit of a surprise. I didn't see it coming anywhere. They add playmaking running back Jahmyr Gibbs from Georgia Tech. As much of a threat catching the ball out of the backfield as he is running the football. And here's a guy from Dalton, Georgia, who was on Alabama's radar during the recruiting process that stayed there with Jeff Collins at Georgia Tech that says, I'm going to hit the portal, and I'm going to I'll take Alabama.
I had lunch with an Auburn fan yesterday after the show. We were talking about college football, and this discussion kind of came up because he was bringing up Ricks coming over from LSU and how Jamison Williams is Alabama's best remaining receiver, maybe the best receiver, even with Mechie in there. He was talking about Alabama, he's like, man, Nick Saban, when he gets a transfer, that kid, Coker, those kids all make an impact. And I was just joking about how, historically, when Nick Saban asked the question, is this what we want football to become? And the rest of football says, yeah, this is what we want football to become. Nick Saban historically has said, okay, if that's the rules we're going to play by, I'll find a way to make those rules work for me.
Started with the
pace of
hurry
play.
up offense.
That's right. The pace of play, the lineman downfield is what we want football to become. They said, yeah. So he goes out and hires Lane Kiffin and embraces the RPO game and wins national championships doing it. And the transfer portal, NIL was another. Is this what we want football to become? That's really where we were having the discussion was about NIL. And I was like, because he asked me, he said, you guys had Mechie on and Bo Nix on each week. He goes, how tough was that to set up with Alabama? I said, it was extremely easy with Alabama.
Yep.
He said, really? I go, Nick Saban embraces it because it's recruiting. Nick Saban knows that if he can show these guys you can come to Alabama and you can make money doing interviews or pimping, Milo's tea or whatever, you can do it at Alabama. I said, Nick Saban embraced it. Yep. Now, he asked the question, do we want to go down this road? In college football city, I want to go down this road. He goes, okay, I'll embrace it. Well, now we're at the transfer portal.
Yep.
And that's another thing Nick Saban has embraced.
Not only did he ask the question, he warned everybody. He goes, what will happen? Some of you think we'll have parity and they'll spread out talent. And he said, my fear is, didn't say fear, but he was hinting of super teams. And he used the NBA. Could we end up with super teams like you had in the NBA? And the answer is yes. You've got great players on other teams who say, okay, I'm going to hit the transfer portal. And you know what? I think it'll be better for me if I go play with other great players.
Yeah.
I'll look great playing with other great players, and we could be on, you look at Alabama 2022. You got the Heisman Trophy winner coming back. You got a guy who should have been in New York and Will Anderson coming back. You had a 5-star freshman All-American Eli Ricks. Oh, give me a little depth at running back with a two-way player from Georgia Tech. Maybe get another guy at receiver or something. And all of a sudden, you throw in a top 5, top 3 recruiting class again, and all of a sudden you have the making of a super team. And you could see that start happening in little pockets all over college football. And Nick Saban asked, is this what you want it to be? Okay, this is what we'll do.
Don't think I'm going to sit on the sidelines and let you guys do it if it's what you want it to be. And boy, has he done it. I mean, I think Ricks is going to start next year for Alabama. This guy at running back, I think, probably starts for Alabama next year. I mean, I don't know, Kamar Wheaton, when he gets healthy, Roy Dale Williams will be back healthy. All the guys that are hurt will be back healthy, but I'm not shocked if this guy starts.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get 2 starts. And trust me, if Boutte comes over, he 100% is starting.
Oh, probably the best receiver.
Yes, maybe in the conference.
Yeah, in the conference this year. Aaron Suttles, our friend, Bama and Bourbon, no new episode this week, returns in the new year. But the Bama and Bourbon, Aaron Suttles of The Athletic, points out in his story today at The Athletic of all the people, and he names like 7 running backs, all 4 or 5-star running backs that'll be in the Alabama running back. They go into this semifinal game against Cincinnati thin at that position. Will not be the case when spring football and then the 2022 season rolls around. There'll be no problem with that depth on the running back room.
No, I mean, Alabama, we were already talking about how good their defense is going to be next year when you add Ricks in with the guys they've already got. You add this kid in a running back. I mean, really the only question at Alabama next year, and we're not even done with this year, so I hate to even talk about this, the only question is at receiver because you're going to lose Jamison Williams and John Mechie to the NFL. And these young guys, now they got a chance to step up in these next 2 games. You could develop, and I think that's what's going to happen, honestly. It's just a gut. I'm not reporting anything. There's no inside info from camp. But I get the feel that some young guy is going to step up and have a massive 2 games for Alabama here on the other side of Jamison Williams. And the rest of the country is going to be like, well, where'd this guy come from?
All right. A reaction from the Farmfolio chat room from you guys on the Alabama game last night. The Zags win was huge, but celebrating like that shows they haven't come to expect those wins. Davidson's a good team, but that's a game Bama shouldn't lose. Future still bright, though, with Nate Oates. Davidson did do a little celebration last night. You get that game late, and you beat a top 10 team. They haven't beat a top 10 team since Steph Curry did it for Davidson back in the day.
I mean, they celebrated.
They did.
Good for them, though. They deserve it. I mean, a short week like that coming in, spring the upset on a neutral court that was a road game for them. Yes.
Jeff, New Year, same Alabama basketball team. LT's neighbor, it's not time to panic, but Oates is going to have to evolve in his approach to half-court offense. When teams slow them down, it gets ugly, he adds there. Everyone rolling through on the short notice playing them there. So it's a big reaction day when it comes to Davidson beating Alabama, and then a big one tonight for Auburn and Murray State. We'll set the table. Wimp Sanderson's coming up, part of the show, being brought to you by the great folks with Woodhouse Spa. Still time to get that great gift under the tree.
That's right. Treat that special someone to the gift of luxury this Christmas with Woodhouse Day Spa and the Summit Shopping Centers off 280. Choose from a menu of more than 70 options. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or go by Woodhouse Day Spa in the Summit. Please tell them the next round sent you there. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
All right, Missouri starts SEC Bowl play today. That's later in the show as well, but Wimp is next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Bromberg's, we know what it takes to be Alabama's longest-standing business. Hi, this is Ricky Bromberg, and we've made our reputation by partnering with Master Craftsman jeweler Philip Finnegan, who combines classic beauty with impeccable quality into timeless designs that can be worn every day. We've also enlisted Master Crystal Engraver Harold Hergelatz Jr. to create exclusive engraved pieces. You see, at Bromberg's, if you can imagine it, we can make it. Bromberg's, a Christmas tradition in Alabama since 1836, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoffs thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne, Campy's World Famous Chicken, Culver, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night covering the chase for another national championship on the next round.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Back on the next round. The football is a night game tonight. You can get the full games to watch on Next Round Live, the morning rounds, but it's Missouri, a 6-point underdog to Army tonight, and no Tyler Batty in that game for Missouri. NFL declaration, and Eli Drinkwitz says, it's my choice. I'm not going to play him in the game to risk his NFL future, so he will sit. So the big running back tonight not playing for Missouri against an Army team that will run the ball a lot. Wimp's about to talk a lot of basketball with us as well. Our friends at Wayne's want to make sure your house is protected with the best technology. Wayne's the exclusive provider for pest prevention here on the show, and they've got a new thing called Smart Pest. This takes the traditional pest control services, and they combine it with 24/7 monitors of rodents in your house. They can monitor the rodents in your house with their Smart Pest. It proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. That monitoring system will keep in line if there's like squirrels in your attic or something else, like a snake or something, or if you've got a mouse or something moving around your house. Smart Pest will alert Wayne's, and they're able to prevent an infestation. It's great technology, and it happens right now with our friends at Wayne's, and you can get in on that and save $60 with the promo code TNR. That's for the next round. Just call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Ask about Smart Pest. Get $60 off with the TNR promo code. Residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care service. It's our friends at Wayne's.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, joins us now on the Pepsi Hotline. He is presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing okay. Appreciate David and Crane Works having me on the show. I'm doing okay.
Okay. That was a tough loss for Alabama last night, and Nate Oates continues to talk about Alabama's defense. They're 13 games into the season now with the conference play coming up. How fixable is it if it's still an issue that late?
Well, I think it's fixable. I think you've got to really work at it. If you have a player that's really killing you in the first half, then what you try to do is keep the basketball off of him a little bit more in the second half. It's a situation where I played Davidson twice when I was coaching, and they are so hard to play because they shoot it so well. I was fortunate enough to beat them at Davidson about 4 points or something. I had a great team. They're hard to play, and you got to get to them. But it's fixable. The two things that Alabama tries to do is to get cheap baskets off the fast break, or off the offensive glass, or make threes. And if you try to do that, then you also have to defend that. Now, you're not going to have to defend Davidson as much with the break as you are with three-point shots. And you have to know who's shooting. And I understand it was a short period of time, but that's really no excuse for either team.
Yeah.
If you're defensively, the most consistent part of your game, and our teams were not. I'm just trying to tell the story. Our teams were because we were pretty good defensively. We didn't have quite the outside shooting team that these teams have, but that has to be consistent. If it's not consistent, you're not going to win consistent. Now remember, when they played Gonzaga didn't guard anybody, and Alabama killed them. And so, if you want to take a picture from that game, you can, and you can say, "Boy, what a team!" And I would say that I have said it, and I think Alabama staff does a great job with their team. But you have to be consistent with your defense, and that's important.
Talk to me about versatility of style of play, because, the great thing about college basketball to me that is better than the NBA is that you do have, on a given night, you play somebody that plays the game totally different than you. And
that's
how
important? We have a clock.
What now?
That's the reason we have a shot clock.
Yeah, exactly. Right, because in the old days, you used to go play somebody in Starkville, and they would, it'd be 4-2 at the half because they'd just spread it out for you. But you got the shot clock, but you have a variety of styles. Davidson plays different than Alabama does. how important is it for your team to be able to adjust to those styles? And do you think Alabama's style of play is easy to adjust in different matchups?
Well, I think Alabama's style of play is not easy to defend if you have as many good shooters as they do. If LSU shoots the ball well, then you have three. About Quinley can shoot it, and so can Shaq. They're not great inside, but they've got great shooters. The way you play and the way Davidson played was a little bit to control the tempo of the game somewhat. Not to shorten the game, if you want to call it, the way y'all get on to me about Loyola Marymount. Now, they didn't keep as long as – well, I didn't keep it very long at all. Y'all carry on about that, but I didn't. Anyway, it was tried a little bit to shorten the game slightly because Alabama's bigger and stronger. The rebounding has been a problem for Alabama. It wasn't last night because Davidson made so many shots. But you have to adapt that style of play. But the one thing you have to do is you have to do two things. If there are 3 points, you have to defend the threes, and Alabama gave up 12, which is the most they've given up this year. And I think Alabama had 12, and you have to defend the rim, and pretty much they can do that against Davidson. But it was a good win for Davidson. It's a hard team to play. I wouldn't say that if you're good defensively, you're good defensively. If you play the next day if you play tonight and don't know that you're going to play tonight, all of a sudden they call you and play me playing tonight, you still got to be good defensively, and they were not in that game.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Craneworks. Paul, one of our listeners, Coach, said Alabama's offensive numbers have been down a little bit recently. He pins that on the fact that Antoine Petway, who calls Alabama's offense, and I'm assuming he's right about that. I don't 100% know he does that 100% of the time, has been sidelined because of illness. Is that a factor in Alabama's offensive numbers being off a little bit, you think?
Not at all.
Okay.
Had nothing to do with it.
All righty.
The shooters shoot, the passers pass. At Alabama, the shooters shoot. What they're trying to do the very best they can to get as many cheap baskets as they can. He had absolutely. They're not really. They're running a few sets that get them moving and getting their people the shots. And the dribble drive is so big for Alabama. That's what Quinley's so good at. The dribble drive either makes the shot or he kicks the basketball to somebody for a three. He's a terrific little guard. And the Davidson kid is very good and going to be good. But as far as and Petway's a good friend of mine, but he would say too, this person that I'm not trying to argue, but it really didn't have anything to do with him.
That was so smart. I mean, Bob McKillop's won 600 games. The guy knows how to coach basketball.
Yeah, he sure does.
But I thought,
how about coaching when I was coaching?
I know. I looked that up when you said you played Davidson. You went against McKillop, didn't you? That guy's been there a while.
It was my late last years. But
yeah. No, I was going to compliment, when Quinterly drove and they fouled him to send him to the line with a 1-and-1. I mean, that's just it's a well-coached team. I mean, they knew that was the play. Don't let Quinterly get to the basket, foul him, make him earn it at the stripe. Worst case, you come away from there with 4 seconds and a tie game. I just thought that was they coached it right.
They did. They who the personnel is. You have to somewhat hold Quinterly down decently, and you have to get to Davidson, to Shaq as best you can. And there's some ways you have to play Davidson, and also I would say that Jim's favorite player needs to have a good game. He didn't have a great one last night.
Yeah, I mean he
Jim.
struggled the last couple of games, and that's impacting him on both ends of the floor because he's not shooting. I don't think he's playing defense like he usually does either. Wimp Sanderson's with us on the Pepsi Hotline. I'm interested. I'll argue with you about everything. That's our relationship. You and I fight about everything.
Yeah, it's like an old married couple.
But the one thing I've always agreed with you about is that we are a football mindset when it comes to basketball, and we tend to overreact to things like it's a football loss and it's a basketball loss and a 30-game schedule. So, by the time we get to March, this Davidson game means very little. In fact, it means very little by the time they play Tennessee on the 29th, and we'll wring our hands today. So with that in mind, what is a lesson that Alabama can take from Memphis and Davidson that can help them when they start SEC play against Tennessee in their next game?
Well, they just have to simply work very hard on the half-court defense. They have to be darn sure that they get back defensively. First of all, you get back defensively. That's to start your defense. And you hear coaches holler, we're not getting back. Get back defensively. You got to get back, and you got to do a good job there. And then you've got to work on your defense as much as possible. And you've got to work on your defensive rebounding. If we can limit a team like Davidson to one shot under pressure, that's what you're trying to do. Limit them to one shot under pressure. And if you can rebound the basketball, now when you go to the other end, that's where you need to. That's what we call the word. If you don't get a fast break, if the three is not there, then the dribble drive sets up people to make cheap baskets around the goal. And when you miss that shot, you put it back in, and that is another cheap basket. And that's probably something that people don't talk about because it's not glamorous to them. They don't think about that much. So, but that's so important to get as many cheap baskets as you can off the break or off the offensive glass.
How important is it, as an ambassador to basketball, how important is it for Alabama to play at least one game a year in Birmingham? Do you think that's important?
I did every year, and I think that you need to play as many as you can. Not as many as you can. I did it because we had a lot of prospects in Alabama and Birmingham, of course. We tried to do it, but I think it's important for them to do so. And they're probably, of course, they're going to play Gonzaga next year, which would be a big deal. But I think it's important that they play as much as they possibly can.
Would you do it if you were Bruce? Would you do it if you were Bruce too? Would you, if you were Auburn, would you play a game every year up here?
Oh, probably one. As good as they are, play somebody you can beat. You play good name, bad team. That's what you do. That's what you play. You play good name, bad team. And you do that, and then you have a win. Everybody's talking about them on the radio this morning like y'all are, in a positive way rather than a negative way. You're not talking about a bad, not negative. You have to, we talk about football and basketball. You have to remember that Alabama basketball has been great over the years, way over the years, and that the second winningest program in the SEC, next to Kentucky. And sometimes we forget that. I heard a radio show the other day talking about poor Alabama basketball. Well, in the 12 years I was there, not say but I'm just trying to get to. We went to 6 Final 16s.
Yep.
Well, that's a pretty big deal.
Yep.
We did. We get by them? No. That's pretty big. That's two games away from the Final Four 6 times. Now we didn't get there, and so. But my point is to all of our listeners, Alabama basketball has been good. See them, everybody. It's been good, and they need to appreciate it and understand it. That sometimes you don't win all your games, but Alabama basketball has been very good.
Do you have a blue plate, or do you want to wait?
Well, I do, but I wanted to wait. And I'm not going to get in any on the radio disagreement today because it's Christmas.
Right.
But if you
next week's New Year's.
If we want to do what?
Next year's New Year's, you said, but I would. What I wanted to do, so I would be sure that nobody would be injured, and I can give the blue plate on Monday. Call you and give it on Monday. If that goes against y'all's deal, and y'all are nice enough to continue to have me on, I won't do that. What's y'all's thoughts?
No, I'm fine with that. I'm going to forget because we have got so much going on, and we'll be in Dallas Monday. Can you text me and remind me, or remind Rockstar or something, so we can just...
What are you doing? You're off tomorrow and Friday?
We're off Friday, and we'll be back on Monday.
Yeah, we're only missing Friday.
Yeah.
We're back live tomorrow, missing Friday, live from Dallas on Monday.
Well, the blue plate is going to be... next week.
Okay.
And I just thought maybe it'd be fair. I hate for it to keep changing.
Well, let's just wait until the day before the game.
Yeah.
Or the day of the game, even.
Well, we can do it Monday. I'd rather do it Monday so these guys can, if they are doing it, they can go ahead and do it, because I'm not going to change. If these people don't get hurt, the one I've got today is one I'm going to have Monday if it doesn't happen.
Okay. Just will you please remind me? Will you remember to text me Monday?
You're going to call me on Monday or what?
We will, but I'm going to forget. I know me. I'm going to forget, so I need you to remind me.
Do you want me to call y'all, or what do you want me to do?
We'll call you. It doesn't really matter. What I need you to do, though, is text me to remind me. That's really what I need. Monday morning, if you'll text me and remind me, we'll make it happen, okay?
I don't know who's going to text me to remind me, but okay.
Well,
I'll text you to remind
I'll text you to remind you.
Do you need to remind Brown about?
I just need somebody to remember this that is not named Ryan.
only person I don't
We
want
only
to
had a
text
calendar.
is LT, because LT he'll won't know where he is or whatever.
Yeah. All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us each week courtesy of our friends in the Rental Works division of Crane Works, Coach.
Well, Crane Works is an equipment rental division, has a rental division. It's a source for all your home project needs, big or small. You can forget about renting from big box stores. Rental Works has a reliable machines, local experts to help you find exactly what you need for your DIY projects. Call them for a personalized quote. I appreciate Crane Works having me on. Look at craneworks.com. Hope you guys have a great Christmas, New Year. And I didn't sound like I was bragging on anything that I didn't.
You did not.
brag on.
That was a perfect interview.
All I was trying to do is just I wanted the fans to remember that Alabama basketball. Shouldn't even said my record, but for all the coaches, that Alabama basketball has been pretty darn good. Now we hadn't always had the attendance that we needed, and we helped a little bit with that plaid crap, but it helped some.
Yep.
Anyway, thanks.
All right, love you. Merry Christmas, Wimp.
Right. Merry Christmas. I love y'all. Bye.
All right, that is the coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us on the Pepsi Hotline, presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works.
Who was the guy in the Christmas story that saw Christmas past, Christmas present, Christmas future?
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yeah. If we were casting that character,
Wimp,
it would be Wimp. Yeah, it would be. I don't want to fight. It's Christmas time.
Merry Christmas.
But let me have 6 minutes discussion with Brown about whether or not you're going to call me.
I'm going to set an
I'm
alarm
call
on my phone
you,
because I know how this is going to go.
You.
I'm bad at this, but I will set an alarm on my phone right now. I'll remind myself Monday.
Yeah. Love Wimp. Love Wimp. Glad to have him here, and glad that I saw him at the UAB game when I was down there on Saturday as well. Glad he can make it to the BJCC and watch some good basketball over the past couple of days, and we'll get more of your reaction as we move throughout the morning. The Pepsi hotline is open, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. You can also jump into the Farmfolio chat room. Cody wants to know, why did Quinterly wait for the last shot down 2 with 13 seconds left to go? I think they wanted to make sure that was the last possession, either get an open 3 to win it or go in there and get a layup for 2 and not leave Davidson any time to win the basketball game. That'd be my guess there. Jeremy already calling the Tennessee win over Alabama in the December 29th SEC opener for the Tide. And Blake says, sounds like Brown and Wimp are married. Anytime you have Wimp in that discussion, you get into that conversation all the time. When we come back, more basketball, and we'll turn the attention to football. Barrett Jones, next guest at 11. The show being brought to you by Ship Happens.
With more than 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all your transportation problems. Do not have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens. 205-605-8101, 205-605-8101. Ship Happens. Don't ship yourself.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Ran into a guy at court today. He used to be an inmate here in Shelby County. He'd been arrested for DUI, battling addiction, and his girlfriend was ready to bail with their kid. While he was in, we talked every day. I tried to help him see it wasn't too late to turn it around. That was 8 months ago. Today I found out he was in treatment, clean, and just had his first parent-teacher conference at his kid's school. He was thanking me for believing in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. I don't know what you did at work today, but me, I got to be a part of changing someone's life. Yes, sir, I got to be a part of that.
If a flexible work schedule, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $40,000 plus a year to start sounds good, then maybe you should think about a career as a jail deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change the world. Look us up at Indeed.com or on Insta.
One of my favorite coaches back in my early days of broadcasting, when I could go to practices and watch practices a lot more. Some coaches at Auburn would let you hang around almost the entire, as long as you want to. You got tired of watching practice. And if you're not a football guy, you get tired of watching practice after a little bit. Was Rick Trickett, man. He'd get after the players. And Rick Trickett is back in coaching. He's part of the Jacksonville State staff. Rich Rodriguez hired him yesterday. Rick Trickett is back, man, and he'll get after you on the practice field.
That's what I've heard. Yes. I heard he's tough, man. No, seriously. I mean, I know guys several guys. That
our buddy Cole Kublik.
I've heard Cole many times talk about Rick Trickett.
Yeah, he was fun to shoot a camera at and get some good nat sound.
I don't know about that, but I know other guys that have played for him are not huge Rick Trickett fans. So Jack State offensive lineman. He's probably mellowed a little bit in his old age. I mean, how old is Rick?
He's up there. Up there. I would put him same age as Rich Rod there. I'd put him around 60 or so. Part of our show being brought to you by Bromberg's today.
Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry timepieces and gifts, and it is a great spot for that last-minute Christmas idea. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And view their online store today, brombergs.com, brombergs.com.
Davidson upsets number 10 Alabama last night in Birmingham. Luka Brokovich with 22, Mike Jones with 21 there for Davidson in the upset win there. And Samford beat Ole Miss last night, 75-73. Tonight, number 12 Auburn hosting Murray State, couple of 10-1 teams. Auburn's 5-0 in the arena this year. 5 o'clock tip over on the SEC network. Murray State's the 6th best scoring offense in college basketball, averaging 86 points a game. But you mentioned Walker Kessler earlier. What a difference maker that transfer guy has been. We've talked football portals, but Kessler from North Carolina adding in all the other elements that Bruce Pearl had, and then Kessler inside is sort of a difference maker you don't see a lot of teams really have anymore.
Well, I mean, just a big guy that can be an eraser on the inside, can clean up the boards for you, the putbacks, just a guy that can be a mismatch inside. Again, the challenge if you're a team that is not built that way is trying to dictate personnel. I mean, if you're running the floor and you're making a lot of outside shots, you're going to neutralize him a little bit. If you can't do that and you let Auburn dictate the personnel a little bit and dictate the pace of the game, Kessler's going to be much more involved, and he's definitely a difference.
19 points, 9 rebounds in the comeback win at St. Louis. So a good game tonight for the Auburn Tigers before they take their Christmas break and get ready for SEC play. That's where Alabama is now. Got a couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions out, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, they are proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture and love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Cowan.com to find out more how they can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior sales, service, and parts. Cowan.com or 800-239-COWAN.
If we asked Wimp what a DIY project is, would he know? Rockstar, do it yourself, is for those that don't know. And he says that in his Craneworks copy every week. DIY project, do it yourself.
I'm glad he didn't say a die project or a die, I don't know, project.
We had a coworker once that might have done that. I think Wimp probably is not a big mulch spreader. I think by and large, the pine straw and the mulch, he's probably paid to have that done.
He doesn't do a lot of do-it-yourself projects.
I would not.
Driving by his house, you always see him under the hood of that car, just working on it.
I know. I can't point many fingers. I'm very, very little DIY myself.
Yeah, I am too. And really, we're not familiar with the words DIY or the initials DIY until the pandemic, and you saw a lot of that everywhere now. So I was wondering, right now, early voting, 48% of you. Just changing on me there. 46% of you now say, of course he would know. So almost a 50-50 split. The other one's more interesting to me, Brown, that we have out there this morning, because you mentioned one article on Saturday Down South. There's a couple of those out in basketball, and they were discussing this a little bit last night on the Field of 68 podcast, which I really enjoy daily there. They were talking about how concerned are you with Alabama basketball today. You got 3 choices: not at all, a little, and very. And right now, 61% of you are saying a little. And I think that's fair right now with Alabama, because you've got so much high, and the losses aren't to bad teams. Iona will be, I have a feeling Rick Pitino will get Iona in there. I have a feeling Penny Hardaway will get Memphis in there, really talented roster. And I have a feeling McKillop will get Davidson in there, or at least have him close to being in the NCAA tournament again. So those losses are not bad. A little concerned, or not at all for me. I'm not very concerned about this team yet.
Well, I mean, I think there are concerns because you hear the head coach be concerned. Davidson, by the way, 44 in the net after that win last night. So that is definitely a team that can be in the NCAA tournament.
Below, and the new Ken Palms this morning, below UAB. UAB's 53. Davidson only at 56 in the Ken Palms today.
UAB's 51 in the net, so there is a little bit of difference there. I think there's reason to be concerned because this is not as good a defensive team as last year's. And last year's, and under Nate Oates, Alabama has been an elite defensive team. They're not an elite defensive team right now.
I think Petty played pretty good defense, but you hit the key defensive guy on the head
Herb
earlier.
Jones, yeah.
Herb Jones was the best.
This guy's starting in the NBA. Yeah. I mean, there are people talk. I was in a conversation last night where the phrase potential rookie of the year came up in a conversation about Herb Jones. So I think that's your big concern is not offense, but defense.
Yeah, Deborah in the Farmfolio chat room, one of our great female listeners, very concerned for her. Smuff, Bama's a really good team. They're just not as elite as the rankings have indicated at this point. Remember, they got to number 6 in the AP poll. We're number 10 when they got beat last night.
Well, I mean, if you look what's ahead for Alabama, Jim, and just in the net, if you want to go by that, LSU 3rd in the net right now, Tennessee 9th in the net right now, Auburn 10th in the net. So those are the types. Alabama's.
Do you have Baylor at 1? Baylor's 1?
Well, I was talking about conference, but yes, Baylor is number 2. Actually, Arizona's number 1 right now. Alabama's 25th in the net. So, that's the types of teams they're going to have to play. Now, they're not far off, obviously. There's not a huge gap between 10 and 25. We're talking 300 college teams.
All right. College football, when we come back, a couple of big moves in the portal, including a quarterback. Some people around here wanted to wear the orange and the blue. Part of the show today being brought to you by the folks at the Mailroom.
They want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and get the holiday started with a fresh look from the Mailroom. Listen, last couple of years has been challenged, but they're fully staffed and they're ready to serve at the Mailroom. Make an appointment today, 995-4285. That's 995-4285, or just drop by Inverness Corners at Valladell and 280. The Mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
And a question we'll get to next as well. It's our mortgage right question of the day. Georgia, the win over Georgia in the SEC championship game, where does that rank on the Nick Saban stack of wins? That's part of the conversation as we continue on this morning right here, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're getting a mortgage anywhere in America, get it right with Mortgage Right.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's time to tee it up with Timberline's Trackman Driving Range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. The perfect gift for the golfer in your life is a gift card from Timberline. Buy a $100 gift card, you get a 10% bonus. An 18% bonus on a $250 gift card. Buy a $500 gift card, get a 25% bonus. That's worth $625. One of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Easy to get to. Just off I-65 and exit 228. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
What's on your Christmas list? Hi, this is Ricky Bromberg. Bromberg's offers an unsurpassed lineup of the world's most coveted names in designer jewelry. Select from David Yurman, Forevermark, Roberto Coin, John Hardy, Mikimoto, Jude Francis, Mazza, Lagos, Marco Bichigo, just to name a few. No matter what your budget, find out why since 1836, a Bromberg silver box under the tree symbolizes only the very best. Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the show here. 1 down, 3 to go. Live again tomorrow. We're off on Friday. We hope you all celebrate Christmas Eve with the family and friends and everyone else in your life, the non-friends in your life. You always spend a lot of non-friends in the holidays, I'm sure. But looking forward to our day off on Friday so everyone can sort of rest and remember the reason for the season, and we'll enjoy a very Merry Christmas. And then we're back with you on Monday, live from Dallas, Texas, on the road to cover the pursuit of another national championship with our team over in Tuscaloosa, the University of Alabama. Auburn with a big basketball game tonight. They get Murray State, number 12 in the country, Auburn. Murray State, 5 o'clock on the SEC Network. Last night, Davidson upsets number 10 Alabama, and Samford beats Ole Miss, part of the basketball action last night. The rest of your headlines in just a second. You're reacting over in the Farmfolio chat room. It's all brought to you by our friends at Farmfolio.
Listen, if you're worried about market volatility, inflation, Farmfolio can show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more, farmfolio.net.
Couple of UAB football players in the portal yesterday, Antonio Moultrie and Trey Shropshire in the portal. Great deep threat wide receiver. Made a lot of big plays a couple of years with UAB. They're both into the portal now. Jahmyr Gibbs, we talked about that in the first segment of the show. The Georgia Tech running back, dual threat, catches a lot of balls out of the backfield as much as he runs them. I think he was third in the country in all-purpose yards last year. But seems big, but I think I read that somewhere, maybe in the Aaron Suttles Athletic article. But Gibbs is a playmaker, and he leaves Georgia Tech in the portal, comes to Alabama. But, Brown, I wanted to get to a couple of quarterbacks who made decisions yesterday. One of them, Keaton Slovis.
This was interesting to me.
Keaton Slovis leaves USC. Now, it's a fair statement. I don't know if Auburn was interested in him, but Auburn fans were interested in Keaton Slovis. That's a fair statement,
There's
right?
no doubt Auburn fans were, and I would think, whether you thought he would start or not, if Keaton Slovis wanted to come to Auburn, I think Brian Harsin would have taken him. I'm not saying he would have guaranteed him the starting spot. I think Keaton Slovis is better than anybody Auburn has right now. So I think he would have had a spot at Auburn, if that's where he wanted to go.
Daniel Jeremiah made a great point on our show, podcasted at nextroundlive.com, the website, that this guy had NFL skill sets and talents before they flipped to the true traditional offense of Mike Leach, right?
The old air raid, yeah.
The old air raid, which doesn't fit his set. He's more of an NFL quarterback, not the air raid style quarterback. And Slovis was a first-round guy before that happened. So Pittsburgh is getting an unbelievable quarterback here if they go to the system that Kenny Pickett ran last year. So they may have a Kenny Pickett replacement there. And then, you guys are reacting there. Slovis's girlfriend goes to Pitt. Yes, she plays soccer at Pitt. It's undefeated. We tell you all in the show, it is undefeated.
That is twice we've seen that now. Yeah. It was Adrian Martinez. Who went from Nebraska to Kansas State. His girlfriend happens to be at Kansas State. So Keaton Slovis follows the girlfriend. Probably a smart move. Haven't seen her. But the variable there is that Mark Whipple was the offensive coordinator, and he has now gone to Nebraska, bringing this full circle. He's going to Nebraska. So that was the guy that a lot of people credited for Kenny Pickett's rise to becoming maybe the number one drafted quarterback in this class. So Keaton Slovis goes where Whipple just left. And I'm not saying he should have gone to Nebraska, but it is interesting to see, did Whipple make that offense? Did Kenny Pickett? There's probably a little bit of both, right?
Right.
I thought that was an interesting move. Pitt is kind of off the radar, though they are the ACC champion.
Big Joseph over in the chat room says, I'm hearing Auburn will be after Brock Vandergriff from Georgia, who is rumored to enter the portal soon. Highly recruited guy who is now sort of lost in transition over at Georgia. Another interesting pickup. Florida gets Jack Miller. You remember the name with Ohio State. Just we haven't seen the guy. He's thrown 14 passes.
Yeah.
And he's going there. He's got family ties to Florida. He's played in 53 snaps at Ohio State. So to think Jack Miller is going to go start, I think would be a stretch. But he does pick Florida with eligibility left. And, I don't know what you're getting in Jack Miller. He was highly recruited. Billy Napier and his crew liked him a lot. And now Jack Miller joins the Florida quarterback race, which is going to be wide open.
Yeah. I mean, again, your coaching staff, no defined starter coming back. I mean, if ever you were going to start a quarterback at Florida, now would be the time. Emory Jones is hitting the portal, so Richardson's the only guy you would have to beat out in theory to win that job.
All right, so we've talked a lot of basketball the first hour. We'll get back to it. That's the portal information for the day, which is really big. Brown, you wanted to ask the question about Alabama, Georgia, and as we move towards our trip out to Dallas, where the win for Nick Saban over Georgia most recently ranks as far as Nick Saban wins at Alabama.
And we're taking comments on Twitter and in the Farm Folio chat room on this as well. You can also join us at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923 on the Pepsi hotline. Am I wrong in saying that still Saban's biggest win at Alabama was the 2009 SEC championship game against Florida? Not a national championship game, but the revenge win over Florida in the SEC championship game. Now, I don't think I've got to do this, but I guess I can just remind people of what was at stake there. Alabama had led Florida, and Tebow brings them back in the fourth quarter to win the 2008 championship game, knocking undefeated Alabama out of the national championship hunt. Florida goes on to win it. They rematch in a 1-2 matchup, winner going to the national championship game against Texas in 2009, and Alabama wins that rematch, goes on to beat Texas in the national championship. But without that win, that's back-to-back years where Bama doesn't play for a national championship.
Yeah, I can't argue with you on how big that was. I mean, if you don't do that in the 2009 SEC championship game, you don't win that national championship, and who knows what happens with the program after that. So I can't argue a lot with that.
Okay.
But, I mean, obviously winning national championship games are big, so you got to put Texas and LSU and Notre Dame and Clemson and, blah, blah, all the national championships in there at some point.
Yeah, well, okay. So in a true test of the embarrassment of Alabama riches, I pulled out all the national championship games to try to rank those first.
Right.
So you tell me if you have a problem with my ranking here.
Okay. These are national championships.
These are just the national championship games. I'm going to at least try to get those in the proper order here. I put Texas the first one. I mean, that was his first national championship at Alabama. Again, you've beaten Florida. If you don't go beat Texas,
it's all for naught.
Yeah, it's all for naught, and who knows what happens after that. So I put Texas number one. It got hard after that. I put 2011 LSU number two. You had lost to them in the game of the century, and here's why. Here's my thinking in that.
I bet mine matches.
Okay. My thinking of that is, first of all, you had won 9. Auburn had won 10. If LSU wins 11, you don't have the stranglehold on the conference you ended up with.
That's right.
So that was huge to pay back LSU for that loss in Tuscaloosa and to win the national championship. So I put that number 2.
And Les Miles has 2 at that point.
That's right. Yeah, Les Miles has 2, and all of a sudden you're not the alpha program in the conference.
Yep.
They won that one. They were the alpha program, and they really have not relinquished that since. I put 2017 Georgia number 3. Again, that was another opportunity for another coach to come in and take control of the conference.
It defended the border. It squelched the push of Kirby Smart.
Yep. So I've got that 3rd.
Can't argue.
I've got the Clemson win in the desert 4th.
Classic game. Here comes another young coach trying to build a dynasty.
Yep. I put last year's Ohio State game 5th, and then I put 2012 Notre Dame 6th.
Yeah, I have no problem with that ranking at all.
Okay. So now we got to merge those back in with just normal games.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how hard this is.
It's gonna be hard for me to move a normal an SEC championship game or a regular season win into that top 7.
Yeah. So what I then did was I went and said, where are the big regular season wins? Where would you look at a regular season
and conference
win?
championship?
No, I just
Okay.
went regular season. I'm trying to separate these out just to make sure I've got all the games in there that I need to.
Revenge game at Johnny Manziel at Texas A&M goes up there for me. That's pretty high. I don't know if it's number 1, but it's on the list.
Well, there's that 20.
That would be 2013.
Yeah, 2013 A&M.
That's a big win.
You got to go back to 2008 Clemson to open the year. You remember that, right?
Yeah, that sort of the blackout game became bigger than that game.
2008 Georgia, but that was the first time you saw this team and you're like, holy crap.
Yeah, they look different now.
Yeah, they look different now. I mean, you remember Alabama had struggled at the end of 07. They'd gone to the Independence Bowl. They had won that game. And now you come back out and you play Clemson to start the year on national TV, ABC, everybody watching, and you ran them out of the building.
Yes.
But that same year, 08 Georgia, you're right.
That was bigger to me than that one. Because
Georgia
that was
blackout? No, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, that was the national calling call. Georgia's number 1, road game, crazy scene.
Yeah.
Boom.
2009 LSU. It's a game Alabama could have easily lost. I mean, crap. There were a lot in 09 because you had 09 Tennessee. You had 09 Iron Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, just all that, is the course of one season.
Yeah. But you're right. I mean, the SEC championship games have to jump in front of that one.
2012 SEC championship game with Georgia to go on and beat Notre Dame. Winner of that game is going to be national champs. They're going to beat Notre Dame, a marquee. That was a big win, 2012.
I almost actually put that in front of the Notre Dame game.
Yeah, Joseph says that, 2012 SEC championship game. I would really have no problem with that, putting 2012 SEC championship game ahead of Notre Dame, because I think Georgia and Alabama were that much better than Notre Dame that year.
The other SEC championship games, I don't think compared to, I don't know, man.
A lot of those were down there. A couple of Florida, a couple of Missouri games.
They're way off the radar.
That weren't even the biggest wins of the regular season.
Though Alabama didn't go on to win it, where do you put the 2018 SEC championship game? Hurts comes in.
It's a great moment, and it's another
but
championship.
It is against Kirby too. I think that's a factor.
Yeah. This one seems the one that just happened seems bigger than that, even though it's not as good of a story.
Right. What about 2020, where you beat Florida? I mean, Florida played with Alabama, play for play. You don't win the national championship in all likelihood. Well, I don't know. Maybe you still go. Yeah, I don't know if I would put that. So I think with the SEC championship games, I think this one will be third, Jim.
Yeah.
Would you give me that?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, because I think I'd put 09. I would put 12 against Georgia, but then I would put this one third, this 2021 SEC championship game. Now, as many of you are saying, I need to see the rest of the movie here. If they go on to win the national championship, this one may actually even bump up in front. So you could make an argument that that was a top 10 win in the Nick Saban era.
Yeah, but right. It means nothing if they play Georgia again and Georgia wins the national championship. Just like the game of the century isn't that big. You guys are reacting in the Farmfolio chat room. We'll get into those comments after I tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. A couple of you folks are just now getting new roofs from Greg in Pell City, and I love this right here. Everything but the kitchen sink. I just wanted to say thanks to the Next Round for you guys advertising from Greg from Pell City. I used Storm Restoration recently. They were fantastic. Greg took care of everything with the insurance company, new roof, and it looks great. There's a testimonial right there from one of the Next Round listeners right there on Twitter, sending that in today. You can't get better advertising than that right there. Just word of mouth that somebody comes in and lets you know that Greg from Pell City did it for him. He can do it for you too. And it starts with an absolutely free quote. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You have nothing to lose there. Find out if your roof needs help, needs to be repaired in places. Maybe you need a half a roof, a whole roof. Insurance companies will work with Greg. They trust him. Great warranties, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. As simple as looking him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, or call him up 205-542-3531 for Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg from Pell City. Reaction over there. Give me some of those in the Farmfolio chat room to your conversation. We'll get back to Bama's basketball loss and getting ready for SEC bowl games coming up in our next segment. But to put this to rest right here, what's happening over there?
It all started with 09 SEC Championship. A lot of people are agreeing with that one, that was what started this whole thing. Because as Brooks points out, if Urban wins, he has 3 titles at Florida, and Saban the dynasty may never start.
That's right.
08 Georgia, LT's neighbor says the blackout game. That's a good regular season one. There's no doubt about that. Dan Hoodlum says you got the first win over Clemson too low. They had a better team. We had Saban. I don't know if he's talking about national championship or 08. I'm going to say national championship game, the Deshaun Watson game versus Jake Coker.
Yeah, probably so.
Joseph says, I consider the 2012 SEC championship win over Georgia the national title game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. 2015.
Boy, Joseph is smart.
Yeah. 2015 versus LSU and Bryant Denny shut down Fournette. I would have to go back and look at the rankings coming into that game, but that was back when everybody just considered Bama LSU a toss-up every year.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happened, but Fournette never could do anything.
Yeah, but if you were going into that game, everyone said Fournette's about to run all over Alabama.
I do remember that, and he did nothing in that
Barely
game.
got out of the backfield.
Yeah, 2012 Georgia is greater than the Notre Dame win. We're getting a lot of that in the Farmfolio chat room. 2018 win in LSU was big. 29-0 shutout to lock up the West. It's a big win, but it's also a 29-0 shutout, so it feels hard to put it there. Joseph says 2018 SEC championship was awesome, but Bama was in the playoffs regardless.
Yeah, but so where
I think so.
Where is this? The question started is where does this championship game fit in? So where does it fit in?
I think I've got it third in the SEC championship games. I'm not sure I'm willing to put it in front of any of the national championship games.
So it's at least going to be after 6.
I mean, that would make it 9th.
Yeah.
At very best, 9th.
That seems about right.
Yeah, I mean, if Bama goes on to win a national championship,
it's got upward movement possible.
Yeah, I think it's a top 10 Nick Saban win.
Yeah,
and it is right now, and I think it stays there if Bama goes on to win this whole thing.
It's easily Alabama's, I would say second biggest underdog upset.
Yeah, I would agree completely with you.
Yeah, the other one would be the blackout.
The blackout game. The funny, well, no, it'd be the 09 SEC championship, and then the blackout, and then this one. It's some in that order.
Yeah.
The funny thing about this, do you know the one thing we don't throw into this discussion didn't even get brought up? Any of the semifinal games.
You know, also what people forget, 09 SEC championship, Alabama was number 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Florida had the loss. Yeah. But you get nobody, we don't even mention the semifinal games. I mean, Alabama's semifinal win over Notre Dame last year. The Michigan State they're blowouts, and a lot of them. The Michigan State blowout, the Oklahoma game down at the Orange Bowl.
Yep.
Those don't even get brought up.
And we don't mention Clemson blowing out Alabama a lot either.
We don't, but that's certainly not going to show up in a wins thing. I just think it's funny that we're talking about Saban's biggest wins, and we're not even talking about national semifinal games. They don't even get mentioned. I've got 3 SEC championship games that blow those out of the water.
Yesterday, happening on the field, we had a couple of bowl games. Wyoming over Kent, the Idaho Potato Bowl. Good game last night. San Diego State over UTSA. Did you know, guys, Lunsford, Rockstar, Mountain West 4-0 now. I don't think we give
Rockstar knew that.
I knew there was 4-0 last night. Yeah,
I don't think we give the Mountain West enough respect sometimes. I know who they're beating.
Rockstar's a Mountain West truth.
Lewis and Clark.
I didn't know you had the MW tattooed on one of your arms. There.
He's a Mountain West truther, man.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yesterday, also the Jalen Hurts led Eagles come from behind. They win against the Washington football team, and the Ramley last night with a win over the Seahawks. That all happened on the field today. Missouri and Auburn tonight. Army's the favorite there. Something to keep an eye on as we get more football happening and the SEC action starts off. Pepsi Hotline, you can call in today, 205-734-0923. If you missed it last night, Davidson a winner over Alabama. A lot of reaction in the first hour of the show there about that Davidson win over Alabama, and a couple of poll questions you can go vote for at Next Round Live there on Twitter. I am interested to hear what Alabama fans are doing with that poll question, too, as we move forward in the show, because we react, I think, Brown, as football fans to basketball losses, and that's not fair.
You've always said that, like an Alabama football fan or Auburn football fan will panic about one football loss.
Right.
And in basketball, I mean, you can have 8 losses and win a national championship.
Oh, absolutely.
Easily. I mean, teams have done that numerous times.
And JD in Huntsville joins us to talk about it. JD, you're a guy, you seem to be one of our smartest callers.
Sure.
I'll give you that credit. You're a very smart call. You watched that basketball game last night. your takeaway from Alabama losing to Davidson is what?
Well, I think Nate Oates said it perfect. I mean, it's the defense. I mean, you knew now, Grant, I will say this. You didn't really have a lot of time to prepare, but in basketball, you don't normally have a lot of time to prepare. They were kind of looking at their coaches, and the analysts were looking at Colorado State, and that got canceled. Bring in Davidson, you're like, okay, now what? I don't know the players were properly prepared. I haven't heard anyone make that statement. But once the game starts, it's time to lace them up, move your feet. You play defense with your feet, not your hands.
Yep.
And if you don't move your feet and get in position, you're going to get beat. When guys can stroke it from three, and I think they hit as many threes as we did on like half the amount of shots.
Yep.
And as you said, they were around the basket, getting offensive rebounds and playing just. And you'll ask Wimp this, I guess, here in a little bit. Did you already talk to Wimp?
We already did. Well, we got Wimp.
Got to go back and listen to that.
It's podcasted for you already.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I didn't hear it, but if I had to bet, what he probably said was, "That's hustle around the basket."
Yep.
And I don't know if he said that or not, but I just think the thing about this, what I want to call about the thing about the celebrations after games, and you guys are talking about ranking these games, and Alabama has won. I don't believe you celebrate anything unless there's a trophy given out after the game. You might celebrate in the locker room, but doing the little thing at midcourt, fans storming the field, storming the court, basically what you're saying is, oh, my goodness, I can't believe we just won this game. I know it sounds arrogant. Alabama just really doesn't do that now. They might do that in the locker room a little bit, but I don't know. Good for Davidson. That's a good, maybe they'll wake up Alabama. Just a lot of factors there. And like you said, this game, when we get into March, anybody going to remember this? No. If they make a run, win the SEC again, or get to the second weekend, or even possibly, get to the Elite Eight, people won't even remember this game. But Nate Oates will remember, and he'll remind his players about this.
Yep. Thank you, JD.
Thanks, JD. The old hard hat mentality that Nate Oates builds his programs around. I think it's time for that team. That was what people were yelling around me a lot. Was they were surprised at it appeared to be Davidson was out hustling Alabama on a lot of situations in that game last night. At least that's what the guy right behind me kept yelling. All right, we roll on. Rockstar's viewing menu when we come back. Also, Barrett Jones coming up later in the show, and still an opportunity for you to get that outdoor enthusiast bundle right now. If you've got an outdoor enthusiast, hunter, fishing person, something like that, and want to get them on the Christmas list, we always tell you to remember the great names like Moultrie and Summit. In Code Blue, Decode and Code Blue, those websites, keep them in mind, because right now the folks at Pradco Outdoor and all of those big name brands have put together this unbelievable bundle. It's the Pradco Outdoor brand signature hunting holiday bundle, and you can save 40% on that right now. The bundle includes a trail camera, a deer feeder, hand warmer, and a scent eliminating spray from your favorite brands, Moultrie, Summit, Decode by Code Blue. Purchase online at the Moultrie website, the Summit website, or the Code Blue websites. The offer ends December 31st, but go to those websites, Moultrie, Summit, Code Blue, and you'll find that great offer, saving 40% in free shipping on all the bundles. It's all right there online with Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and the Sunday Ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports. Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
All right, a lot of talk of basketball today with Davidson upsetting Alabama and Samford upsetting Ole Miss last night. Auburn and Murray State tonight. Jared Harper, former Auburn star who plays with the Birmingham Squadron, a two-way contract with the Pelicans. That means he can play up to 50 games this year. If you're not paying attention to the G League, and I know a lot of you are not, but you should, Jared Harper leads the league in scoring. Doesn't lead the squadron, leads the league in scoring. That's why the Pelicans signs him to that two-way contract.
If the Squadron weren't asking for a kidney for ticket prices, maybe more people would go see him. Those ticket prices are ridiculous.
Is it cheaper to go?
I go to a Hawks game cheaper.
Yeah, I think it's cheaper to go to a Hawks game than it is to a Squadron game.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Rockstar's viewing menu is presented by New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for more than 40 years. 800-735-2787, DanielMooreArt.com or Rockstar.
HBO Max, the early premiere of The Matrix Resurrections. Anybody excited about that one?
I've never seen The Matrix.
We're gonna be a little lost.
Pre-resurrection.
Red pill back?
Probably the red pill and blue pill are probably back. I think I saw it in the trailer. No Lawrence Fishburne in this one.
I have no idea what The Matrix is. I mean, I know what it is.
That part of it.
I have never seen it. I just saw a headline doing show notes last night that says Red Pill returns.
Can you?
No.
In 30 seconds.
No.
You can't. In 30 seconds give me a synopsis of The Matrix.
No, because I don't understand this.
Okay.
It's visually beautiful. I know that.
The red pill makes me forget things. The blue pill makes me remember everything.
You go into the Matrix with the red pill. The blue pill, you wake up.
Back there.
The blue pill, you wake up back in your regular normal life.
Okay. All right. Well, what is the Matrix? If I go into the Matrix, what is that? Time travel?
No. It's.
I asked you to do this, and you said you couldn't do it, so then I just started asking you questions. But okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then, have you ever? Timing is everything, is it? There's nothing better than timing.
Right.
Tonight on 8 p.m. on CBS, the 44th annual Kennedy Center honors. We're honoring Lorne Michaels and Bette Midler.
Oh, Bette.
She had a rough
active
week.
on Twitter.
She had a rough weekend, so I'm sure we're gonna have fun with that. And
and Lorne Michaels, isn't he the Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
Who's talking about retirement after what happened this past Saturday night.
What happened this past Saturday?
They had a COVID outbreak. Everybody tested positive, and it's a live show, so they had to fill a live show basically on the fly.
I think they had no audience, no live audience.
I saw they'd gone away from an audience, so some of their cast members tested too. So they just
not some of them,
all the good ones,
like all but 3. Yeah. Like they barely could snap the ball.
And then 8:30 on E, you got another episode of Clash of the Cover Bands. Tonight, you have Elton John going against Lady Gaga.
Oh, interesting.
What do they have cover names or no?
They don't say. They just. I guess you have to wait for the.
Elton John's cover name would be Crocodile. Lance loves it and Lance's a big Elton John fan. He loves it when I throw out
Crocodile Rock is probably one of the best songs of all time.
He hates that song.
That is, I do not like that song.
Would you call them Rocket Men?
Yeah.
Daniel? I'm just a candle in the wind's coming.
They don't have names because they're covering solo artists.
They do have names. They just don't reveal it in the thing.
Is Lady Gaga almost a female Elton John? Is that a bad comparison? They got a lot in common, it seems.
She did a song with them on her last album.
That's true. A collab. My mom called me last night and asked me the Lucy and Desi Arnaz thing. Which platform did you say it was on?
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime.
Okay. Being the Ricardos.
There you go. I'll text my mom and let her know.
Supposed to be really good, critically acclaimed. All right. Football conversation continues in a moment. But as we get ready for the SEC basketball play to start, you guys continuing to react to Alabama's loss last night. A lot of people complaining about Alabama's offense compared to Davidson's offense. And I think a lot of that happens, Brown, to where if you just don't watch a lot of basketball, that the way Davidson plays looks very familiar to you. And you would say they've got a structured offense and Alabama doesn't have a structured offense. And that cannot be further from the truth.
I think
one looks very different.
I think the concern is if Alabama gets bogged down late in the shot clock on the half court. That's what I think Alabama fans coming out of last night are concerned with. When Alabama can get it up in transition, get a quick shot off, and the shot clock's barely ticking, that's where Alabama's going to play their best basketball, when they can play at pace. And I think you would say Davidson probably dictated the pace of that game last night, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's Alabama fans.
Almost except for that little part where Alabama came back and had a chance to win it.
Oh, Davidson, I mean, don't look past the fact that they melted down at the end of that game.
They did.
And they could have easily put that game away, and that last 2 minutes doesn't matter. And
listen,
they melted down.
I'll pull a Wimp. I'm not going to coach his team.
Right. Bob McKillop.
And Nate Oates.
Nate Oates, yeah.
But Nate Oates is, to me, I'm going to say the best basketball coach Alabama's had since Wimp.
Okay.
I'll put him ahead of Mark. I'll put him ahead of Mark Godfrey, who I liked a lot.
Yeah.
But I'll put him ahead of Mark Godfrey, who had him up to number 1 in the country and got him to the Elite Eight.
Yeah.
Deepest run ever. But I think, Wimp is the GOAT. CM Newton is the GOAT. And then there was the Mark Godfrey level. And I think
What about Hank Crisp?
I wasn't around for those.
Okay.
And then you throw Nate into the mix there. I just wonder why, this is typical. I don't understand the game. I'm just watching. But when Alabama started really coming out, meeting their guard at half court, and trapping him late.
Zero melted.
Yeah, he seemed to be really. I'm scared of the big guys who are all around me now. I don't know what to do. I'm just going to throw the ball up and see what happens.
That's exactly what happened.
So why not do that earlier in the game?
I think if Nate Oates, in hindsight, had he known that's the way Zero was going to react to that, he probably does it a little earlier in the game, because that kid completely melted down. The minute they started applying any sort of half-court pressure, he had no clue what to do with the basketball.
Anthony was there last night. He said it was like March Madness. You have to play on the fly. Bama didn't want to play defense till the last few minutes. The crowd didn't help early either. It was movie quiet in there to start the game.
Boy, it was. I heard, I don't know if you heard this because we were sitting in roughly the same area, but early on, Keon Ellis passes up a three, and you can clearly hear Nate Oates yell, "Shoot it, Keon!"
Yes. Shoot it.
He just wants him to shoot it. I don't care if you miss it. Just shoot it, man.
All right. We'll get back to basketball a little bit later on. You guys are on fire, want to talk about it. But another thing you basketball folks want to talk about a lot is facilities. And a chance to come up and play in Birmingham last night. That was nice, and the arena looks good. They still need to fix the concessions and all of that.
Was it that bad?
Oh, yeah.
Big lines?
Yeah, you can talk to people about that. They were in lines for a long time. I wasn't one of them, but there were people all the time that was in lines that were 100 deep.
That has plagued that facility, no matter how nice the facility is.
Just 100 deep, and I don't know if it's checkout. I don't know if it's cash card, effort. I don't know what
it could be. Staff has problems everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but the facility looks fantastic.
It does. It looks good on TV too.
I was over for the Houston game, and Wimps always said Coleman Coliseum is a very fine arena, and it really is. And when it's packed and the team is good, and you're playing a big game and they win, Coleman Coliseum is a fine facility. But Greg Byrne was at the game last night down in the on the floor, and Greg Byrne had a chance to talk to the folks from AL.com and Mike Rodak, and facilities came up moving forward. And Greg gave a little hint. The second phase of Alabama's Crimson Standard, which addresses Coleman Coliseum, and Mike Rodak has a full read in AL.com. He says, still renovations to Coleman Coliseum is a possibility, but the school now is looking at other options in terms of replacing the basketball and gymnastics facility. Here's the quote: "We are out actively raising money for phase 2, and we hope to be able to announce some things sometime in the first quarter of 2022. And we are, to give everybody an update, I certainly know that there are things that people are interested in and want to see happen. Nobody wants to see them happen more than I do. It's something that our development team is working tirelessly on." And he goes on to talk about how fortunate they are to have some big donors step up. And the announcement is coming in the first quarter, he hopes. And he does everything but say in the first quarter we're going to be announcing a plan for a new arena. He doesn't say that. He says they hope to announce something in 2022. Renovations is still on the table, but he goes out there and basically says, we've got something big coming in the first quarter of 2022. Probably don't want to announce it right now around the holidays and Alabama playing for a football national championship, but when the time's right, big announcement coming from Greg Byrne.
So it got misconstrued and misunderstood. What I said, I don't know, when did I say that? It's been
18 months.
Was it that long ago? I thought it was, whenever I said it. That Alabama had reached the donation level where this was on the table. Now, what a lot of people misconstrue what I said was Alabama has had one main donor who stepped forward and said, I'll fund the facility. I never once said that. All I said was Alabama has received donations to the level this is on the table. And then the pandemic hit. Well, this was during the pandemic, I guess.
I think it was right before.
Yeah, right before.
Yeah.
So that kind of slowed things down.
I don't have the date, but we had played golf at Shoal Creek.
Okay. I remember doing that from Lance's basement. So it was during the pandemic. So that was going to be a tough time to announce that anyway. But this is in line with what I heard about a year ago, is that donations had reached the level where this discussion was on the table. Never said Alabama was going to build one. Never said they'd bought the shovels. Just said donations had reached that level. And that's what Greg Byrne is now saying. And I believe that has been the case, that The donations have reached the level where you can consider new facility, not renovated facility. Now, will they do that? I got no idea, man. I don't know how they're going to spend their money.
Great read from Mike Rodak with some information. You want to see that at AL.com. Part of the show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo today. If you're looking for that as early as the spring semester, or maybe it's in 2022 fall, or moving even further down the road for your son or daughter, looking for that great place to go school, great place to call home, find out why you belong at the University of Montevallo, see everything they offer, take a 3D immersive tour right there online at montevallo.edu, 75 majors, a growing list of majors to impact your child's future as well, to help them get into a line of study that will secure their financial future as well. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, fully funded. It's all online for you. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. A wonderful, wonderful school for you there. So with that conversation there, we now turn our attention to football. Barrett Jones coming up at the top of the hour. Saturday Down South had a story a few days ago about 5 candidates to replace Bill O'Brien if he was to leave Alabama as the OC. Aaron Suttles will tell you in Bama and Bourbon, if you go look at a former episode, that Bill O'Brien loves Tuscaloosa, loves working with Nick Saban. So there's a chance that Bill O'Brien is back for 2022 with Alabama. There's a chance that happens. But if Alabama's indeed looking for another offensive coordinator again, Saturday Down South has some thoughts on people who could slide into that role. We'll talk about that and what Bryce Young said yesterday after winning the Heisman Trophy and getting back on the practice field. All that is coming up here in the show that is brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's if you are looking for that gift.
2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Online, brombergs.com, family owned and operated since 1836. A solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry timepieces. Brombergs.com are in Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Rockstar, if you'll give me cut 3, we'll hear from Bryce Young right here. Alabama's preparing to play Cincinnati out in Dallas. Our show goes live in Dallas starting Monday. Of course, we'll keep an eye on how the sports world is being impacted by COVID cancellations. That is a big story that is all of a sudden popping up for the college football playoffs, mainly because we're inside the 10-day window of what is the quarantine, the protocol, have you quarantined for 10 days. So now we're inside the window. The report came out of Georgia's practice that JT Daniels has tested positive over at Georgia and that all the quarterbacks are in close contact, obviously, with JT Daniels, and they are being tested daily now. So there is potential of bowl games being canceled and maybe even an impact on the college football playoffs coming up. Michigan is going as a team or having a team event to get booster shots, which means everybody that will be getting a booster has already been vaccinated. Nick Saban says they're back to their 2020 protocols when it comes to COVID-19 and talked about a more than 90% vaccination rate on that team. But as we know now, vaccinated people are getting positive tests, and JT Daniels is, according to reports, one of the latest to do that, and how that could impact the playoffs coming up. We'll wait and see what Kirby Smart says about that. But that is one of the storylines that we're having to keep an eye on. We'll hear from Bryce in a second.
It's almost like an injury report when you get that, and Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics brings us those. If you tweak your shoulder, pulling down the attic ladder to get that Christmas tree down, or you injure your elbow just working out, either way, PrecisionSportsOrtho.com, PrecisionSportsOrtho.com, or call 855-219-6200 for Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics.
Scott Forrester, who's on vacation this week, but he hit me up last night and says, hey, I cut some sound for you. Bryce Young, interested in getting asked about coming off of winning the Heisman Trophy, how his life has changed. Here's Bryce after practice talking about the life after becoming Alabama's first Heisman Trophy winner quarterback.
Honestly, nothing's really changed for me. These are, there's been some good moments, for us as a team. There's been, good moments for me individually, but that doesn't, really change any way that I approach my day-to-day. It doesn't change how I think about myself or others or anything like that. You're always working towards a goal. You're always trying to accomplish something. And as a team, for us, we definitely haven't, reached that goal yet. We definitely haven't accomplished everything. And, it's not anything that has happened, again, whether it be team or individual. All the good things that have came, whatever, all the learning experiences, it's great to internalize and learn from, but it doesn't change, me. It doesn't change who I am. It doesn't feel like it's a difference for me or a difference in my life. I still have to show up every day here and, put my all into it, get better. There's a lot for me individually to get better at, a lot for us as a team that we want to improve on.
That's Bryce Young talking about getting back to work, and that's what you have to do in his situation. It becomes a business trip, right?
Yeah, it does. And that dude, man, his pulse just never increases, does it?
Yeah, it seems like he has his head in the right place.
Yeah,
and this is something you talked about when we were going into the fact that he was going to win the Heisman, and we knew that he was going to have a semifinal game and possibly a national championship game to play after that. There was a time that you had a Sports Illustrated curse and you had a Heisman Trophy winning curse when it came to bowl games and championship games. But that seems, once we went to the playoffs and even a little before that, that is a thing of yesteryear. That doesn't seem to be the case much anymore.
Yeah, I really don't think it is. That's old school thinking that and people will still bringing it up, the Heisman curse, but gosh, we haven't had that in forever. I can't remember the last time I even thought it occurred.
Now, let's don't get this misunderstood. There is absolutely motivation on the other team when you're going against the Heisman Trophy. And Alabama fans remember Gino Torretta. That's who you always go back to,
right?
That
is right, yes.
Gino Torretta won the Heisman, and then all he saw that night against Sam Shade and the Alabama defense was he was looking up at the top of the Superdome. He was on his back all night long.
That is right, or throwing interceptions.
Yeah. I don't think he saw any of those.
No, he may not have. But no, that's old school thinking on the old Heisman curse. I don't worry about that with Bryce Young one bit. Bryce Young's going to have a good postseason. He's going to have to find another receiver. I mean, that's the key with him is you got Jamison Williams, who's a phenomenal deep threat. You got Slade Bolden, who's a good slot guy. You got to have another guy out there. Yeah. And whether it's Billingsley, doing much more than he's done for the tight end slot, or Jai Hall, Bolden, Holder, any of those young guys that step up.
That gets me though to something that seemed to be a concern for Bama fans early on, and isn't anymore. And that is the play calling of Bill O'Brien. You've heard all those complaints go away as the season has progressed. And Bill O'Brien now is a guy that I think Alabama fans are very comfortable with calling plays after what he did in the fourth quarter against Auburn, specifically that last drive, and what he did in Atlanta. And Bryce Young is now the Heisman Trophy winner. If Bill O'Brien was to leave, Saturday Down South has a list of candidates.
They do, because there's going to be discussion about him obviously taking an NFL job. And they've got 5 guys. Matt Hayes, our guy, gives you 5 guys to watch. Number 1, you just tell me how these fit you. I'm going to start at 5. Let's work at 5 and start at 5 and work up. Phil Longo, North Carolina offensive coordinator. He was at Ole Miss, Phil Longo was. Then went and coached Sam Howell at North Carolina. He is recruited in the SEC, as he says, as Matt Hayes says, but he's been in North Carolina the last 3 years. Will that excite you, Phil Longo?
It wouldn't excite me, but, Bill O'Brien wouldn't have excited me. I didn't even know who Brian Daboll was.
No, I'd never heard of Brian Daboll.
Yeah, so I don't judge us on my excitement level.
Okay, so you settle down over there, Jimmy. Warren Ruggiero, I bet the vast majority of people listening, and I include myself in this group, would not even know who this guy is.
I'm going to say that he is currently the quarterback's coach of the Bills.
Warren Ruggiero is the Wake Forest offensive coordinator.
Oh, interesting.
As Matt Hayes points out, he's the architect of an RPO-based offense that has put up huge numbers and has turned down multiple offers at more high-profile offensive coordinator jobs than Wake Forest. Alabama's is maybe the highest profile.
Okay, I told you not to gauge my excitement.
But in this one.
We'll gauge my disgust.
Disgust?
I do not like watching Wake Forest play football because this is the guy that believes in that long mesh of just the ball holding it in there, and then at the last second pulling it out and running. I hate that, watching that offense play.
Hang on real quick. Wake Forest was 5th in the country in scoring offense.
Scored
41 points a game.
Scored a lot, absolutely. Cannot stand them stuffing the ball in that mesh point and riding it. Oh, pulling out and running, or letting him run with the football.
That's a pretty good offense, man.
Yeah. You watched it, though.
I did watch it. I'm not going to pretend it's my favorite, but if Nick Saban likes it, you would figure out.
Yeah, I don't like watching that as much as I disliked back in the day the old, what were the animals, Rockstar, that poke their head up and look around like
meerkats.
that? The meerkats, when everybody would get to the line and then everybody meerkat over to the line to see what, what are we doing, Coach? Okay, and then we go back down. Oh, what are we doing? I don't like that either.
The last three in a moment. If you got an outdoorsman in your family, maybe you're the one in the household. Either way, get the hookup this holiday season at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham, one of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you what you're looking for this holiday season. Off 242, right there on 565 in Pelham, nicholsoutfitters.com. Number 3, this would be fascinating because this guy I thought had it cooking a little bit before he lost his job. Nick Rolovich, the former Washington State head coach. As he says, Matt Hayes, imagine Rolovich taking the current Alabama system, sprinkling in the June Jones run and shoot. It would be fascinating.
Okay.
Wow, you had big feelings on Warren Ruggiero. This Nick Rolovich guy, I thought he was
I know what I don't like. I don't know what I like.
June
but I know
Jones
what I
run
don't
and shoot. You don't like that sprinkled in? Number 2, David Cutcliffe, former Duke coach.
Would really excite me, but he's old.
Hey, Rockstar, will you let Matt Hayes know Jim does not like this top 5?
I am texting him right now.
I think Bill O'Brien. I think Bill O'Brien will be back. But
okay. Number 1, Dan Mullen, former Florida head coach.
No.
Hey, dude, have you sent that text to Hayes yet?
I'm typing it now.
Tell him I didn't even finish Mullen's name before. No. So there's not one of those you would like.
All right, Matt Hayes for that story a few days ago at Saturday Down
Not
South.
one you would like.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien for another year, I think, is what Alabama fans would be comfortable with. That gets you to the top of the hour. Barrett Jones, when we come back, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Rockstar.
It is a little duo tonight. You two get to go do a little trivia.
I'm not doing trivia tonight.
I have no idea. Are you?
You need to call Lance.
This is.
No, seriously, I've not heard anything about
Welcome
that.
to my Wednesdays.
Yeah, I
Brown.
don't think I'm doing. Do I need to call Lance?
You need to talk to Lance.
Rockstar, it's Wednesday. That means
I don't know if Lance is coming to trivia.
Guess who doesn't either? Me. Hey, trivia right there at Odie's. It is award-winning, whether it's Lance, whether it's Dunaway, whether it's Rockstar. It's always Rockstar. Will Haver, those guys. Go see them at Odie's tonight, Crestline Village, and it's a great place to swing by and grab that Diablo sandwich. We're on to Rodney's famous cheeseburgers for lunch today. Odie's Tavern, award-winning. Trivia tonight, somewhere around 8 o'clock with who knows who tonight at Odie's.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on The Next Round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th at the brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets start at just $30. Buy now at birminghambowl.com. Auburn versus Houston, December 28th at Protective Stadium. Tickets on sale now.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nobody like him. Barrett Jones with us in 60 seconds after we give you the headlines this hour. Brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka. Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the World Games 2022. That announced by Redmont Distilling CEO Eleanor Estes. And we're excited to be teamed up with them for the upcoming World Games. 2 spirits, Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin, 8 times distill, our friends at Redmont Vodka. In the headlines, Davidson upsets Alabama, number 10 in the country in basketball, 79-78 last night. As Alabama missed a late free throw and couldn't get the victory, trailed about 3 times, I think, by 10, 11, and 12 points throughout the game. Davidson taking it to them in a game played here in Birmingham. Samford upsets Ole Miss over in Oxford, 75-73. Samford now with wins over Oregon State and Ole Miss on the road this year. Number 12, Auburn at home tonight against Murray State, 2 10-1 teams. Murray is a team that is 6th in the country in scoring offense, averaging 86 points a game. Auburn fans will watch and see if Alan Flanagan finally makes his debut this year coming off the Achilles injury. In football news, big news for Alabama, Georgia Tech running back Jahmyr Gibbs in the transfer portal from Atlanta to Alabama. Now he'll be in the running back room for 2022 over there. And Keaton Slovis goes from USC to Pittsburgh. He's the new quarterback there for Pitt, and those are your headlines.
Barrett Jones joins us now, the Alabama great now with ESPN. You'll hear him on the call of the Alabama-Cincinnati game in the Cotton Bowl on ESPN Radio. He joins us on the Pepsi Hotline each week, courtesy of Gus's Fried Chicken. Gus's Fried Chicken, GusFriedChicken.com. What's up, Barrett? How are you?
I'm just glad that whatever container ship y'all's camera was on for so long, it's finally arrived at port, and that we can see you guys now, because y'all are good looking. You know, I mean, they say face for radio. I mean, you guys are both former TV guys. You know, LT's a pretty good looking guy too. I mean, you know, so I think it's I'm glad that we have this, that we can see each other face to face now. It's big time.
We're bonding. We're bonding with
It
them.
brightens my day after I'm a little depressed about the basketball game last night. I'm working through it, but anyway, I'm a big Bama Hoops guy, and I had a terrible Bama Hoops experience last week when they finally come to my city and they get shelled against the Memphis Tigers, and that last night. So anyway, it's been a tough week for Bama Hoops.
Yeah, your dad played at Alabama, right?
That's correct.
Yep. So I mean, you're not faking this. You have a real passion for the game. I'm interested as you watch basketball. You're a pretty calm, cool guy, but basketball is one of those sports that sort of makes you yell at a ref or a player or scream more than football does sometimes. Are you a vocal fan at times?
Well, I would say it's fun being a fan. I think obviously, going to Alabama, the thing that everyone is primarily a fan for, I don't want to generalize, but most people, is football. And so obviously I was not a fan for football. I was playing football. And even now I work at the football game. So even when I'm calling an Alabama game, I'm so locked in on what's happening that I'm not really cheering in the press box like Jim, who I see cheering from time to time in the press box. No, I do love being a fan. And so, yes, I'm absolutely passionate. And by the way, I think people would be very surprised. I went to almost every home game when I was a student. I mean, I didn't miss many. I missed the Christmas break ones maybe, but I was at about every single one. So I love being a fan. I was on the front row for many games, right there yelling, screaming at the refs. And, it's fun to sometimes just kind of put all the professionalism behind you and, just be a fan. So I still love it. I love there wasn't a whole lot to cheer about when I was there at the Memphis game, but I was supporting my Crimson, and all my Memphis friends were, poking fun at me. But that's part of the fun too, is, getting hazed a little bit after you lose. So I don't mind it. I like the good natured, people that get super upset about it, take it real personal. I'm not that guy, like if somebody walks by me and says War Eagle, I love that. That's, that's part of the fun. I say Roll Tide to them. I love the good natured ribbing that comes with fanhood. So I'm all about it.
Barrett Jones is with us on the Pepsi Outline, presented by Gus's Fried Chicken. You were the one that told me, and this has stuck with me. I bring it up all the time because people will say, "Oh, so and so's got a bye week, gives them 2 weeks to get ready for so and so," and you're the ones that say, "Guys, you could do every single thing you need to get ready for a game in 1 week's time." I mean, it doesn't require more than a week. So I'll ask you this: I know signing day is now something that coaches didn't have to deal with in December when you were playing, but in a gap like this, what are the coaches doing? If 1 week is enough to get ready for a game, are they looking ahead and having, looking a little bit ahead at maybe Georgia and Michigan just in case?
Well, first of all, my one caveat to that is I still stand by that, but a lot of that is because of the work they do in the offseason.
Right.
The coach have already broken down all the tape and everything before that, all the history of the coordinator. And so, when they have this giant notebook for each week. And so, when it comes time for that week, they've already laid some groundwork. So that's my only caveat, but I do agree with that. I think that what are they doing? Certainly they're recruiting, certainly a game plan, but I think absolutely they have some analysts now, certainly not the players, but they have some analysts watching, especially Michigan, because they've already played Georgia, but especially Michigan, breaking them down so that if that happens, they'll have a book on Michigan. There's a lot of times like that where I've talked to an analyst. He said, "Yeah, I did all this work on this team. We didn't even end up playing them." So that's all went down the drain. But yes, that's absolutely happening. Of course, they're working on Cincinnati game plan primarily, but for the players, and we talked about this a lot too. The schedule is always the same. Is that it's normally about I think there's 12 to 15 practices. Let's say there's 12. You might have 6 of them that are just go back to camp, and there's not really hardly any Cincinnati talk. Maybe one period a day of a walkthrough or something, but it's pretty much just fundamentals. Go back to that because you do get so tired if you did all 12 days on Cincinnati. I mean, there's just not that much stuff to do. So you have a game plan. You want to keep it simple. You don't want to overload the game plan. There's a temptation to do that for bowl games. You still want to keep it succinct where the players can understand it and feel good about it. And so, you might do one extra day of Cincinnati practice, but I would say no more than 1 or 2. So that would be, the last 6, you might start focusing more on that specific team. So it is it's a conundrum, but I think Coach Saban handles it really well. And obviously, given his history, he does a fantastic job of keeping the guys locked in. I think one way he does that is making it more camp style, the first few days. And really, you hear that, and it's actually probably a little easier for the starters in those first few days because typically in the season, the starters get, say 75% of those reps, or at least, 2/3. Whereas in those camp style practices, you're going to go back to, probably 40% for the ones, 40% for the twos, and a few reps even for the threes. So you're going to get a little bit more downtime than you would in the typical in-season practice.
Yeah, Barrett Jones is with us on the Pepsi hotline. With that in mind, as you're starting to prepare for your broadcast, does Desmond Ridder, the quarterback of Cincinnati, fit the DNA of quarterbacks who have upset Alabama in the past? Does he do things in his style of play that at times has caused Alabama problems over the years?
Yeah, great question. Well, first of all, as much as I'd love to be preparing for that game, I do have the Liberty Bowl, so it's not overshadowed.
Don't look past the Liberty Bowl, by the way.
I got State and Tech, that I'm getting ready for on the 28th. Then I have the Sugar Bowl the day after, the Cotton Bowl. So we'll be grinding. But yes, your question. I think Desmond Ridder does have those characteristics. I think absolutely he's a really, really good football player. I think he's gonna have a chance to play in the NFL. He's a guy who, with as much man coverage still as Alabama plays, they maybe play a little bit less than they used to, but they still play a ton of man. Can hurt you with his legs. I mean, he's not like a Michael Vick type athlete, but he's a good enough athlete where if things break down, he can make plays with his legs. And I think he has the experience to, throw all the tight coverage. I think that's something you see against Alabama if you want to have success. It's very when you're playing Alabama, you're going to have people just wide open. I mean, it happens from time to time, but it's pretty rare. You have to be able to kind of throw guys open, not be afraid to take some chances, and let your guys win man-to-man matchups. And Desmond Ridder does that. So I think he's a really, really good player. And hey, I think this is going to be a really good game. I'm not a gambler, and we'll get LT's take maybe on at some point, but 13.5 seems really, really high to me. I think probably if you're making me pick right now, I'd pick Alabama to win. But I think there's a little bit of recency bias almost in the way people are approaching this game of seeing Alabama play against Georgia and thinking, well, hey, if that team comes out, then they'll boat race Cincinnati, which is probably true if they play the way they did against Georgia. However, as we've seen this team all year, they've been very inconsistent. That's the first time I'd seen a team that looks like exactly like that. And even obviously the week before that against Auburn was nothing like that. If that team shows up, I think Cincinnati will beat Alabama pretty soundly. So that's the big question to me is how focused is Alabama? Obviously, how do they deal with the loss of John Mechie? I do think Alabama's defenses continue to get better and better. But to me, the match of the game is still that strength on strength of the secondary of Cincinnati, which is really, really good. Possibly the best secondary they've faced all year with a first-round talent in Chauncey Gardner, I think will probably match up a lot with Jamison Williams against obviously the dynamic passing attack of Bryce Young. So it's going to be really, really a fun game. And especially that side of the ball, I think there'll be a lot of intriguing matchups.
Yeah, and I want to ask you touched on this a little bit there, but Desmond Ridder has the confidence to throw into tight windows. That takes confidence. And I want to ask you, because you're an elite athlete who played at a high level, and you've been around elite athletes your whole life. Is there a confidence that comes from just winning all the time? Because this roster at Cincinnati has won all the time. You can say what you want about the competition, but that is a roster full of guys that are used to winning. And I'm of the belief that if you are used to winning, you win games. You know how to win games, and you have confidence to win games, and that is a valuable trait in a game like this against Alabama.
Absolutely. I think that's exactly right. They're used to coming out of the tunnel and thinking they can beat anyone that they're playing against, and that obviously includes Notre Dame. That's a school that for a lot of programs, especially FBS or non-Power 5 schools, that they would be very intimidated to play against Notre Dame. Obviously the Golden Dome helmets, they can be intimidating. They weren't personally intimidating for me. We dispatched them pretty easily, but for some schools, they can be very intimidating. And the fact they just went out there and punched Notre Dame in the mouth, I think says a lot about the confidence that not only Desmond Ridder, but the entire Cincinnati team plays with. I think there's no doubt that in their building right now, they believe they can beat Alabama. And there's a lot of teams that say that, but I think there are a lot of teams that come out against Alabama and don't honestly believe they can win the game. And the first time they get punched in the mouth, their plan kind of goes out the window and they realize this game's over. I don't think Cincinnati will be that. I think that they'll be able to take a punch and be able to have the confidence, like you're saying, Jim, to rebound after the storm. That's, to me, is always such a test in these kind of games is, how can you weather the storm, right? You have the characters. There's always going to be something in these big kind of games that happens where it doesn't go well. it doesn't start out well. That was, to me, the most impressive thing about Alabama's win over Georgia is the start of the game did not go well. I mean, I think everyone after, the majority of that first quarter was sitting there thinking, okay, this is kind of what we expected. Georgia looks like the better team. And Alabama just rallied back and was able to come back and win the game, obviously pretty resoundingly. And I think Cincinnati has that same characteristic where we've seen them even in some tight games this year where things didn't go well, stay in it and be able to rebound and make plays. So I think they're have an incredibly high caliber of player, and also just their mentality to me just stands out as I'm studying their film.
Barrett Jones is with us, presented on the Pepsi Hotline by Gus's Fried Chicken. Get that family meal on the drive home for the family tonight, 2201 2nd Avenue South. Treat the office. Any parties you have at the house, at the office is great. Gus's Fried Chicken, world famous, gusfriedchicken.com. That is gusfriedchicken.com. So you mentioned that Georgia game. Earlier on the show, we were debating, is that a top 10 win for Nick Saban at Alabama? And most of our listeners and viewers agreed, I need to see the rest of the story here. I need to know if they win a national championship. If so, yes. Dunaway and I agreed, and most of our listeners and viewers agreed, that still the top win for Nick Saban at Alabama is that 2009 SEC championship game. You were part of it. Would you agree?
I think so. And just the leading up to that game, just understanding, obviously you guys understand, but Florida at that point was similar from the way we think of Alabama now. I mean, they were the king of college football. Tim Tebow was such a force. They had won 2 out of 3 years. They were, no question, the team to beat. And all year, 2008 had that matchup against Florida where Alabama was leading going into the fourth quarter. Florida ends up winning there in Atlanta. And I think that all year the motivation for that 2009 team was not really the national championship. It was like, hey, we're going to get back there and play Florida again. We wanted that opportunity to do it. And so to me, it signified kind of a changing of the guard. And obviously it's easy to say that in hindsight now of, hey, Alabama is for real. And not only that, they can play with anybody in college football because it wasn't really that close of a game. If you go back and watch it, I mean, it was a trouncing to kind of announce this is not some fluke thing. Alabama that day and that season was much better than Florida. And obviously they've kind of used that as a jumping off point to continue to be that way for more than a decade now. So, yeah, I would say that probably was the biggest win. And it definitely was the most fun game I've ever been a part of. It was awesome. Unbelievable emotion and passion at the end of that game because it was such a year-long journey with such a specific vision of meeting that team in that spot, that moment, that quarterback, and coming out with a win. It was pretty special. And, hey, I love Tim Tebow, but I'll never forget, watching Tim Tebow cry and knowing that we did it.
Yep. The fan side comes out right there. I like it. All right, you'll hear.
Hey, I was a player.
I know,
but I was a player, and I was right there watching it. And I mean, I love him. I mean, I love his passion for the game. No amount of speeches was gonna, help him beat us that day. So anyway,
AutoZone Liberty Bowl coming up next Tuesday. You'll hear Barrett on that game, 6:45 kick from Mississippi State, Texas Tech. And then you'll hear him on the Bama game, then the Sugar Bowl. So he's got a lot of bowl games coming up on ESPN Radio here. Barrett Jones there. Barrett, as always, thank you for the time. Have a great Christmas, and we'll see you in Dallas.
I just want to say I can't break the sanctity of the coach's call, but the things that they say about Mike Leach, they're all true. It was by far the wildest, most entertaining coach's call I've ever been on. It was absolutely amazing, and I don't know if we even covered much about football, but it was it's all true. And that guy is such a character. I just can't. I still am like ruminating over some of the stuff in my mind that was happening as Coach Leach was on our coach's call that got to talk to about it.
The last time he was on our show, this is back when we were still with Jocks. He hasn't been on our new format, but the last time. He did like Rockstar remember this. I think Dunaway was out that day. He did like 8 or 10 minutes on visiting the Holy Land, which
I was there.
You were there.
Yeah, I was
Dunaway was
there.
there.
Yeah.
8 or 10 minutes on visiting the Holy Land. It was crazy.
Yeah, we touched a lot of topics. There's no doubt, and he's a character. So should be a fun. Obviously, I think there was a lot of topics that came up about Texas Tech, his old university, and his thoughts on some of the things that went down and happened, and. That'll be a fun, kind of a revenge game there, even though he probably wouldn't say it that way. But seeing Mike Leach go up against his old team. So I got a great schedule. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
All right, see you in Dallas, Barrett. Have a great Christmas.
Are all three of you guys going?
2 for sure, and
as always, Lance is up in the air. We don't know.
Oh my goodness! All right. Well, Merry Christmas. I said it to you all last week, and you chastised me, so I guess I can say it this time. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry
This
Christmas.
time.
Well, I just thought you were telling us you were not going to show up
Yeah,
next week.
That's what it felt like. Yeah, we just wanted to remind you we were live. Yeah.
Can't say Merry Christmas to some guys. Unbelievable. Y'all are like women reading into this. I mean, overthinking. What's Christmas? It's a cheerful guy here. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, next time you do the interview with us, take your jacket off and stay a while.
Well, kind of. I'm doing product placement. It's kind of a thing. I'm working with barbers, so it's just trying to get in the clip. But no, I that's a great point. I should take this off.
Cold in the office today. See you, Barrett. Thank
It's
you.
a little chilly.
Yes.
See you guys.
All right, Barrett Jones of the Pepsi Hotline, presented each week by Gus's Fried Chicken. Get the family meal on the drive home. Get them to any of the parties you have there at your house. Gus's Fried Chicken, 2201 2nd Avenue South, or GusFriedChicken.com.
All right. Also reminding you, if you are looking for that gift for the outdoor enthusiast in your life, save 40% right now on the Pradco Outdoor brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. The bundle includes a trail camera that's expensive by itself, deer feeder, hand warmers, scent elimination sprays from great brands like Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. It all can be expensive, but not in this situation. 40% off, all in the Pradco Outdoor brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. All you do, go to the websites of Moultrie, the Moultrie site, or the Summit site, or the Decode by Code Blue website, and right there you can make your purchase and save 40% off. The offer ends on December 31st. Free shipping on all the bundles. Go save that money right now, thanks to our friends at Pradco Outdoor Brands. All right, we'll continue on now. Brownies got trashed today. We'll do that live. And Todd Fuhrman still to come on bowl games later on. Tonight, Missouri sitting there All-American type running back. They're all SEC type running back. And already a 6-point underdog to an Army team. This starts off SEC play. Still to come in this hour. We will talk about the SEC and their bowl games. These matchups may not, like the Mountain West is 4-0 right now. This matchup does not set up for the SEC to start with a win tonight, and it may get worse after that. We'll talk about that all still to come on the show. That is also being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, go get straightened out, my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg. You can make a call, make an appointment, 981-8090, 981-8090, 981-8090. Greystone Chiropractor. Get that spine properly aligned. Helps every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. Right off 280 and 119 in Tattersall Park. Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com. Trash is next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. All of the pregame festivities kick off on December 27th at the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into the game day spirit. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Get the full schedule of bowl activities and buy tickets online at TicketsmarterBirminghamBowl.com.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 five-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
We'll get back into this after trash, but Georgia has another positive test, and now it is starting to stack up for the Bulldogs, close to a window that may not allow those players to play unless we change the rules for the semifinal game. We'll talk about that after Rockstar tells us about his guy.
My guy's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is the third generation. Hey, listen. Adam is the third generation realtor. You know, he was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find your house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Yeah. Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now, because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
You end up sounding like your old man Dunaway a little bit.
No, that kind of fades into this.
Yes.
I thought you started off as former President Trump and then went into a little bit of The Godfather.
I can't do a Trump.
So you do a little bit of China.
I can do China. I can do one word. Huge.
UGAsports.com reporting now that former Hoover star George Pickens joins JT Daniels as Georgia players who have tested positive for COVID-19. Pickens, returning from that ACL injury, had a big catch in the SEC championship game and was starting to get more reps, and many people thought he was going to start playing a bigger role in this game and a national championship game if there was one coming for Georgia. And what is concerning now is when there is one, there becomes two, and then there becomes four, and there becomes six. So that is what Georgia is dealing with right now. And keep in mind that JT Daniels is in a quarterback meeting room or in close contact with all the quarterbacks. And we'll get back into the discussion on whether or not there's a possibility of you delaying a semifinal game because of this at some point. And if you do that for Georgia, is that fair to Michigan, who, by the way, is getting team booster shots? And if you do that for Georgia and then we get to the game, you postpone it to the next week, and then Michigan has an outbreak, do you postpone it again? And then what about Alabama and Cincinnati? If they have no outbreaks, do they still play on the 31st? And then the other one plays the next week, and then one playing 2 weeks off, and one only has 1 week off. And so it becomes a crazy scenario out there. And we don't spend a lot of time talking about the COVID-19 policies or anything on here, on our show, but there seems to be 18,000 different ways we are approaching this and as many different rules and such that I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
People keep tweeting me and texting me, hey, what's going to happen to Georgia if JT Daniels and George Pickens and others can't play?
We don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What if the quarterbacks can't play? I don't know.
Yeah.
If they have no quarterbacks, do they have to sit out 10 days like they used to have to? Well, right now, I think that is the case. You're quarantined for 10 days.
Like you made the point last night, I thought the NHL paused their season and Vegas played Tampa last night.
All of a sudden, I'm getting a score alert of my Lightning's playing. I thought the game was canceled, but they
so who
played
knows?
last night.
I think forfeit is on the table. You would hate to have to do it that way.
No, I mean, can
No,
you
I
imagine?
think it's on the table, though.
Can you imagine how long we heard if Colt hadn't gotten hurt?
Yep.
What we'd hear from Georgia fans forever?
Only Georgia could lose it this way, Dunaway. Only Georgia.
Well, I don't
could.
want them to lose
I don't
it this
either.
way.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah. So
Except Michigan.
We're keeping an eye on it. You're looking to us for answers. Damn Hoodlum is saying Georgia would have to forfeit. Listen,
I think it's on the table.
I know people have said that, and I know it's happening in basketball now. I'm just here to tell you we're not going to forfeit a semifinal game. We're just not going to do it.
I agree with you.
We're not going to do it.
You know, venues become an issue too. Those venues, they've got events.
Yeah. And listen, I don't want to forfeit. I don't want to have a forfeit in a semifinal game. I don't care what we have to do. We've got to play the games. I just go back to the testing. You know, if you are vaccinated for COVID-19 and we have COVID-19 rules and you're testing positive for a variant, well, we don't have rules for the variant. We have rules for COVID-19. Now we're testing, this is a variant that has been positive, right?
It's still a COVID-19. I mean,
but it's a variant.
I know
right.
we're playing semantics there. But
I know,
yes.
but that's the way a rule book is written.
Oh,
my rule book is
yes.
if you have not put a rule in for the variant, I don't have to sit out. That's the way I would do it. That's in my opinion. If he's healthy enough to play, if he feels like playing, I mean, it's Cole Beasley of the Bills says the only reason I'm missing this game is because of rules. I feel perfectly fine.
Yeah, that doesn't
Let
make
me
any
play.
sense. I'm with you, man.
Let me play.
I'm with you.
All right.
I think everybody feels that way.
This hour of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Sterling and his crew are down there open for lunch right now. And they're open tomorrow, too, but they are closed on Friday, like we are here on the show, to celebrate Christmas Eve with family and friends. So if you are of the belief that tamales are a holiday tradition.
They are.
And they absolutely are, especially for a lot of people in the world. Then go get your tamales today and tomorrow. Call ahead and get a big batch of them from Sterling. Champy's world-famous chicken, champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great chicken everywhere. I must say, last night I ate at an inferior chicken place.
Welcome to Inferior Chicken.
Would you like our inferior special?
Inferiorchicken.com. Inferior chicken place last night. And I had to tell my friends, I said, I would give anything right now if Champy's Chicken was at the location I'm sitting in right now. I would have eaten 2 chicken on a stick last night and been happy about it. Let's do trash.
According to NFL rules, the club should not have been able to release his client because he was injured. The agent claims that at the request of the team, Hurst has been playing with a bulging disc in his neck since the start of the season.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Classic Steve Levy right there, if I'm not mistaken.
It is from 1995.
95. Boy, he's been with ESPN a long time.
Yes.
He survived that, though. I mean, he's the NFL. He's a play-by-play voice of Monday Night Football.
It was a slip-up. It wasn't like he did it on purpose. He recovered quickly. That was a good recovery.
Yeah.
He is. He's on the alternate broadcast of Monday Night Football now.
Alternate, the non-Manning.
When I was doing that, who was before Tessitore? Who was doing Monday Night Football?
Sean McDonough.
Okay.
It was Sean McDonough and John Gruden.
So how many staffs have they had for the past 10 years?
Oh, it's been a lot.
Roll them in and out left and right.
Well, they I think had set it up for Tirico, and he left and went where he was doing it, right? And they wanted him to do it long term. And then he left and went to NBC.
They went to Hell in a Handbasket with Kornheiser and Dennis Miller when they started doing those.
Yeah.
And they were grasping at straws.
They have yet to find it since.
Yeah. But it has turned over. That used to be the primo gig in broadcasting. And you're right, it's turned over a lot.
It still pays well, though.
Oh, I'm sure it does. Hey, the holidays, they're not over yet. Chance to put some extra money in your pocket. Get a cash-out refinance of mortgage right, college tuition, home improvements, one-way ticket to the North Pole, whatever. MortgageRight.com/TNR. MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. I would say, in the society we live in now, number one, it's never been easier to miss work because you're sick. We say this anytime there's like a bomb threat called in or something like that. Literally, if you want to miss work now, all you got to do is call in and say, I was around somebody that had COVID and I'm not feeling well right now. There is almost guaranteed not a boss in America that's going to make you to come into work. Also, in the society in which we live, I think it's never been easier to get out of something because it's against my religion. People are terrified to offend people and get canceled and get dragged and get doxxed and get all those things. All you got to say, hey, this violates my religious beliefs. And I think you get out of just about anything at work now. But just in case you can, a guy in Japan has taken it one step further. He has created a religion that is based on nothing other than getting out of things for religious reasons. So if you're a member of this religion, anything you don't want to do, he says, quote, it's the devil's work to spend your time on things you don't want to do. So turn down unnecessary overtime and claim it's against your religion if you're a member of my religion.
I'm sorry, Lance. I can't pay off that stake bet.
Against my religion.
It's against my religion.
Yeah.
You want to make a bet that you're not going to be in that religion tomorrow?
This is not an old religion. It's not as old as Christianity or Islam or any of those. 2018. It's pretty young. It's got one deity, one sage, Motihiro Hitsiano.
I like how you had it develops the accent.
What accent was that?
Yeah. You went Italian. You went Italian.
Motihiro Hitsiano. Hey! He's the deity / sage. And he says, I don't want to perform miracles. I don't have any superpowers. I'm just giving you religious reasons not to do things. That's the whole basis of the religion.
How does he feel about me not tithing?
Well, he's probably going to need some money.
He's probably going to want some of my money.
That's
Yeah.
right.
You got to spread the word.
Yeah. An online body positivity group has created cards for patients that don't want to be weighed by their doctors unless absolutely necessary.
It's against my religion.
Yes.
Can you imagine coming up to this?
Oh, listen to
doctor
this.
with a card.
Yeah.
The Don't Weigh Me cards were created by more-love.org. That's the website, more-love.org. They ask doctors not to weigh patients every time they come in for an appointment because it stresses them out and perpetuates weight stigma.
You know what is crazy? That is the only thing other than pooping and peeing, and we don't necessarily do that every day either.
Right. Yeah.
But being weighed is the thing we do from day one in life. The
Pretty
first
much,
thing
yeah.
they do is weigh you.
Yeah, well, she's 9 pounds.
Yeah.
Very healthy.
I just have a splinter. Well, let's get that weight. Oh, but I haven't. Okay.
But I do, and I guess this is vanity on my part, but I do hate the fact that I'm always weighing more at the doctor's office because I'm in shoes and clothes. Like, I mean, if I weigh myself at home,
Oh, that's quite. That's 5 pounds.
Well,
The shoes
no, I
gotta
mean,
be
I
like-
do
know,
back
but
out.
you do-
I
you
back
do
out
do
5
that.
pounds. I
Yeah.
back out, and
You
it
got
could be
shoes
late in the
on.
day. You know, I've eaten.
You have 5 pounds of clothes on, though?
No, but you know, your body, you know, the fluids you retain. They say your true
The
weight.
scale's not used to me.
They say your true weight is
When you
right
first-
after you get up in the morning.
Yep.
Go to the restroom, and then that's your true weight.
Yeah, and I believe that.
Yeah, I do too.
Way to Wellness, and we're all big fans of Way to Wellness. Great place, planforme.com. I literally would go in there sometimes as I was trying to lose weight and say, hey, can we not weigh today? Because I would know, hey, we've got a keg right back here. And even though it's got light on it, I've hit it a little too hard this week, and I don't want the frowning face of I've gained a pound.
Ooh, Jim.
Yes, okay. Can we skip the weigh-in today?
Here's some things former prisoners say they didn't know about prison. First one. Because of Hollywood, I thought prison had horrible food and guys just worked out all the time because they had nothing to do. But then my uncle got locked up for 6 years. He gained 50 pounds and got diabetes. I don't know how that works because the prison food does look awful.
Well, you have those vendor. We get the card, right? Where you have like a vending machine that you can upload your card.
Yeah,
and have
I watched that.
Money.
I watched that jail show. You put it on the viewing
60
menu one
days
time.
in.
60 days in, and because it was based in Gadsden, and I wanted to try to keep up with people I graduated high school with, so I tried to see if any of them were on there. And that was the thing that shocked me the most is how big that was, the commissary, and how like you had to be careful about getting too much. And the new prisoners would walk away with like Santa's bag full of candy.
Ramen noodles is currency in that place.
Yeah, it's crazy. Another thing people misunderstood about prison, you have to get used to not having pockets on your pants. You don't know where to put your hands. I can see that.
Uncomfortable.
I mean, I'm putting my hands in my pockets a good bit.
Yeah, I can see that.
I was told this by a former late coworker of ours who unfortunately had to do a little bit of time just in county lockup. He told me this, and it's always stuck with me because he knew he had heard us talk on the show about how
people listening to our show in prison.
That and how much I dreaded going to prison if I ever had to do it. That was one of my biggest fears. He told me it is way louder than you could imagine.
Oh, yeah.
And this person said, you've never been in prison. How do you know?
No, just imagine all those cells where it's just snoring and yelling. People that don't sleep.
It's loud, louder than you think, and it's that loud all the time.
Echoes.
People never seem to sleep. And that's why he told me, because he did something and he had to go to the Jefferson County Prison like for 4 straight weekends. He had to show up Friday. They let him out Sunday. And he said it was just constant noise. I couldn't sleep. Ugh, never want to go to prison. The final thing is, if there's a candy bar on your bed when you get there, do not eat it. Could you imagine, like, oh, Twix. All right. That's my
very nice of them.
What's great is the way the person thinks.
I know,
like, I got an idea. Watch
bar.
this.
Yeah. Because if you eat it or keep it, whoever put it there most likely will make it seem like you owe them, and you might get a bad surprise. Hey, I'll put that Twix there.
Oh, wow. I'm going to eat this. You sit there on the bed eating it. Then,
hey!
You know,
Prison
time to
ain't
pay
so
your
bad.
debt. My what?
Here are some of the biggest fast food flops as we wrap up trash. McDonald's Mighty Wings. Mighty Wings debuted in 2013 as a limited time item. So a few McDonald's customers bought the crispy chicken wings. The chain was left with a 10 million pound surplus of wings at the end of the year.
Oh, what year was that?
In 2013.
Wow.
I don't think
use that now. You'd make a killing now.
No doubt. They're a shortage. They're probably going bad. Burger King Saddest Fries. The Saddest Fries, first of all, horrible name because it sounds like saddest fries.
What would you call them?
I don't know. I wouldn't have done them because in 2013 they were launched. It was a bad year for this. To win over health-conscious customers. I don't worry about my health when I order fries. That's your mistake, right?
Yep.
Like I've made that decision in my mind that I'm going to eat bad. Because these were 40% less fat, 30% fewer calories, and apparently 100% worse taste because they didn't last. The Friendly's Grilled Cheese Burger Melt. 2010, Friendly's debuted a grilled cheese burger melt. It turned out to have a shocking 1,500 calories, 97 grams of fat. Nearly an entire day's worth of calories and more than a day's worth of fat for many people.
So it was instead of buns, the buns were 2 grilled cheeses.
2 grilled cheeses with the burger in the middle. And then finally, the Burger King Enormous Omelet Sandwich. Great way to start your day. 730 calories, 47 grams of fat. 2 eggs, a sausage patty, 2 slices of cheese, 3 strips of bacon. That is a lot.
Well, that's why we call it the enormous.
It's the enormous. And that is Trash, which is always presented by Mortgage Rights, the holiday season. So do gift giving right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS. Sound drunk. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender.
And this hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's Chicken. Champy's world famous chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, reminding you that Keaton Slovis is now a Pitt Panther. That's where he ended up. Georgia Tech running back Jahmyr Gibbs is now a member of the Crimson Tide team for 2022. Auburn and Murray State play basketball tonight, 5 o'clock on the SEC Network. That's a Champy's world-famous chicken update right there on Highway 119, champy'schicken.com. Swing by there, get lunch today, dinner tonight, or those tamales for the holidays with Sterling and the great folks at Champy's Chicken.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoffs thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne, Campy's world-famous chicken, Culver, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day, plus specialty shows every night, covering the chase for another national championship on the next round.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the next round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's Auburn versus Houston at the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th at Protective Stadium. Don't miss the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown on December 27th. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into game day spirit. Tickets and more info at birminghambowl.com.
Todd Fuhrman coming up at the top of the hour. Again, a developing story involving what most of our listening audience is concerned about is the college football playoffs. Georgia dealing with some COVID-19 positive test with JT Daniels and now George Pickens. and you're just wondering, and they are concerned that there's close contact with preparations going on for the battle with Michigan down in the Orange Bowl, getting ready to travel to Michigan right after a Christmas break, and protocols that could be in place and maybe a forfeit or whatever we would go into. I would tell you that the ACC has just now passed a rule changing their policies on forfeits. And if you're unable to play, if you cannot play because of positive test, they are calling it a no contest. If you can't have enough minimum players to play and choose not to play, then it would be a forfeit. But if you have 7 players in basketball and can play, you play. And if you choose not to play, it's a forfeit. If you have less than 7, you can't play, no forfeit. It is a no contest. Now, that would not help us with the college semifinal game if Georgia gets into a situation where they have no quarterbacks.
That is absolutely right. And it's hit Alabama now. Alabama is announcing that Doug Marrone and Bill O'Brien are at home with COVID-19.
Are you sure that's not a joke?
I'm 1,000% sure it's not a joke.
I'm just saying, if Pete Golding was in that duo caused some heat this year.
They did.
Yeah.
No, this is a direct release from the University of Alabama. Right. I'm not going to fall for that one, Jim.
I thought it was the Bama Onion or something.
No, it is not. We've received notification, this from Nick Saban and Jeff Allen, that offensive coordinator Bill O'Brien, offensive line coach Doug Marrone tested positive for COVID-19. They have very mild symptoms, are at home isolating while following all appropriate guidelines. We anticipate both being able to coach in the college football playoff semifinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl. That's from the University of Alabama right now.
So that's official now from Alabama that they too are having some positive tests inside their programs. If you've been missing it over the past week or so, Texas A&M actually shut it down for a while. The Aggies getting their preparation. The Miami Hurricanes doing the same thing for a while. It's just it's where we are with the variant right now, and the protocols that are in place. And it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Let's talk about that after we talk about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100, 969-8100, michelsonlaservision.com. Lance had it done. You hear him talk about the positive effects all the time. Their staff was up here celebrating the holidays with us. And, man, they are just such great people. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jennifer Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make an appointment today, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
I'm going to ask you this on the fly, and I don't think you have the answer, but what are the protocols? I mean, at one point last year, in the mix of it all, I think you were a 10-day quarantine. And we are now, obviously, I think 9 days away from the semifinal games.
That jumped out at me as well, that Alabama is saying both should be able to coach either one of two things.
Did we lower that to 5 days if you've been vaccinated?
Potentially, Jim. I don't know the answer to the question.
Okay.
One of two things. Either they've been homesick and they're just now getting the test results, that say they're positive, but they think the start date, was 10 days ago or whatever, or that, just like you said, I thought they shortened the duration. Of course, at one point, we weren't even testing vaccinated players.
I always thought that, and that's what everyone's saying in the Farmfolio chat room. If you're vaccinated, why are we even testing?
Well, that's what the NFL determined once the NFL realized they were going to have to start moving and canceling games.
But we still had two games yesterday.
They're still I know that. That was on last week's rules. The concerning thing is we're still putting people on the COVID-19 list in the NFL. I don't know. And the weird thing with me with them, and look, I told Lance this last week, you can't try to make this stuff make sense. It's just not going to make sense. None of it makes sense because everybody's doing something differently. But why we're randomly testing people, like it's a drug test, doesn't make sense at all to me. Like if you walked in, what do we got? 10 people here right now. You walk in our place and you test one of them and they test negative. Do you say, okay, well, apparently we got no problem? If you test one of them, they test positive. How long have they had it? Are they symptomatic? The random testing makes no sense. But apparently that's what's still going on in the NFL. I don't know what the guidelines are here, but I do know the college football playoff has got to get their hands around this very, very quickly because, we've got 2 Georgia players now that are potentially significant players in JT Daniels and Pickens. And we've got 2 Alabama coaches, one of which is calling the plays. So I don't, Jim. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's the thing we're going to be trying to address over the next hour, final hour of the show, and tomorrow we'll get some information. Maybe we'll get an expert on to tell us what the protocols are, because that is a situation that we're going to lose a bowl game. I'll go ahead and tell you there will be a bowl game or two that we don't play. But as I said before, Trash, and I'll say it again. The two semifinal games in the national championship game should be different.
You protect those at all costs.
Yeah, just because we go back to exhibition games as opposed to the 3 games left to decide a champion.
Well,
and if whatever we have to do to play those games on the field is what we need to do.
Well, your problem becomes, Jim, I think their big concern, and we looked at this last year, was if I delay it, how do I know it's not worse 5 days from now?
Well, you don't.
And that's why they try to play it when it's scheduled. Or if I delay it because there's an issue with Georgia, how do I know 5 days from now there's not an issue with Michigan? And now I got to delay again. And Alabama and Cincinnati went ahead and played. Now they got to sit for 3 weeks. So they're going, in my opinion, bend over backwards to play this on its scheduled time and date. And if Georgia doesn't have enough quarterbacks, Georgia doesn't have enough quarterbacks. That's unfortunate, but it's the world we're living in right now.
Here's the policy. In a very simple form, if you show symptoms, you get tested. And if you show symptoms, even slight symptoms, you're quarantined for 10 days from when those symptoms started. And that's the policy that's in place right now. Now, that could be modified, changed, or it could be changed.
So if I've had a runny nose for 3 days, that's 3 days ago was when this started. So
we'll make this retroactive.
That's when your clock starts ticking.
Yeah, but you got to keep me quarantined. That means no prep for the game.
No prep face-to-face for the game. I'm sure they're zooming. Well, are you talking about in Alabama's case or
no, I'm talking
JT
about
Daniels?
JT Daniels, who, by the way, rumor or reports from camp was getting some reps with the ones.
Yeah, well, I had much – I mean, listen, if you got to pick, I don't want anybody to deal with this, but if you got to pick, wouldn't you say I'd much rather it be 2 coaches than 2 players?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, if I'm Alabama, I'm like, I hate that this is hitting, but I'm glad it's not Bryce Young.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you Bill O'Brien would say the same exact thing.
Yeah. In fact, Alabama would say, give me Bryce Young, Jamison Williams, Brian Robinson, and Will Anderson, and we'll go fight for the rest.
As long as I got those 3, I'm okay.
Give me those 4, and we'll go fight for the rest. All right, we'll keep you updated. We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman about the games that are on slate, including SEC football tonight. Missouri battling Army, and Missouri, the SEC team, is the underdog. Part of our show today is being brought to you by the great folks right there with the Alabama Men's Clinic. Listen, I've been very upfront with you guys. They jumped on with us very early. Alabama Men's Clinic did, and they said, hey, we want to be part of your new show. And I said, well, great. I will talk about your product. Let me go learn about your product. And when I went by there, I did a low testosterone test. And they said, man, you've got low T. Would you be willing to go through the procedure? I said, absolutely. Put me down because I was having trouble sleeping. I sleep a lot better now. I was having trouble with my energy. My energy's way up. You can tell all the time on the show. Your workouts, they were not the same. Haven't started working out yet, but I'm told when I do. Big muscles coming my way. My libido, all of that. Low testosterone can impact it all. The Alabama Men's Clinic can help you. You go by, you get that medical consultation, the blood work, if medically advised, and you start your low T treatments that day in the office. Your visit is free. Get more details about that and make that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or alabamamensclinic.com. Listen, get your life back. You feel younger. You end up remembering how you used to feel when you get your testosterone straight. Get it straight right now, alabamamensclinic.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Boy Frank 79629, standby.
In school, I thought I might want to be a lawyer or a therapist. Mom always said I could talk to anyone, but being cooped up in an office all day didn't really appeal to me. And then I found a job working as a deputy in Shelby County. Now I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their life. Nearly always, they just want someone to listen. And I've always been good at that. Plus, it pays great. Plenty of time off, great benefits, and each day is a new challenge, and I never stop talking. Or smiling.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home card, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show, developing news in college football. We'll get to that. It's brought to you by these headlines, the mailroom.
Jim, looking good this time of year, or any time of year really, is absolutely important. The mailroom can help you do just that. After the challenges of the last couple of years, they're fully staffed. They're ready to serve. Get an appointment. Drop by 995-4285, 995-4285, or their Inverness Corners, Valleydale, and 280. The mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best, one visit at a time.
All right, some positive tests being reported from Alabama and Georgia sources. Alabama saying Bill O'Brien and Doug Marrone, 2 assistants, have tested positive, have some minor symptoms, and are away now and due to the protocol from the football preparation of Alabama and Cincinnati in the semifinals. Meanwhile, over at Georgia, last night we learned JT Daniels from a report had tested positive. Today, reports have George Pickens, the former Hoover great, testing positive. They too now being removed from the team per the protocol, and those two scenarios continue on both campuses. We're efforting more information from both places, and we'll pass it along to you when we get that. In basketball last night, Davidson upsets Alabama 79-78. Javon Quinterly missing a free throw late in that game that would have tied it up. In that contest, Davidson upsets a top 10 opponent for the first time since Stephon Curry did it as a Davidson player against Wisconsin in the NCAA tournament. Samford upset Ole Miss last night in Oxford 75-73. Buckyball does it again. They've now beaten Oregon State and Ole Miss in true road games this year. Tonight, number 12, Auburn plays Murray State, two 10-1 teams, and Murray likes to score. So does Auburn. Murray is one of the best scoring teams in the country, sixth in the nation, averaging 86 points a game. That's at 5 o'clock in Auburn Arena. Auburn hasn't lost at home all year. That's on the SEC Network. Keaton Slovis has transferred to Pittsburgh, and those are your headlines.
All right, let's go to Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com, and Outkick. He's with us on the Pepsi hotline, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter as well. Fuhrman, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm doing very well this morning, gentlemen. How are you boys doing?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. Let's start with a bowl game. Army, Missouri, the Cadets, a 7-point favorite in this game already. Tyler Beatty is sitting, which is maybe Missouri's best player. This looks like a bad spot for the SEC to get started in.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, we saw this number start to leak up, and then when news of Beatty officially being out, this price really took off. It did get as high as 7 before there was a little bit of an appetite for the underdog here. You begin to wonder what Missouri's game plan will look like in this spot. Traditionally, service academies have been those programs that you want to bet on in bowl games because you know they're going to bring it every single snap. At the same time, this is a little bit of uncharted territory because you're talking about Army, who played one of the worst strength of schedules of any team participating in a bowl this year up against an SEC opponent. But let's see what Brady Cook can bring to the table, and the burden of proof really flips as far as the Missouri ground game. Beatty represented more than 1,600 yards on the ground. You didn't have a single other running back account for more than 150. So Michael Cox will have to be that guy, and you can understand why you've seen this total come down a ton as well, from 60.5 all the way down to 53.5.
And some breaking news as we sit here with Todd Fuhrman from Bet the Board Podcast that will impact people in Vegas as well. Ross Dellinger of Sports Illustrated is reporting that Texas A&M is unable to play in the Gator Bowl. Sources are telling them the Aggies don't have enough available players. The Gator is searching for a replacement bowl team, but you can mark Texas A&M and that bowl game out for the Gator Bowl right now. That from Ross Dellinger of Sports Illustrated. With that as a backdrop, Todd, I will ask you how difficult, mind-numbing has this NFL week been? Forget the opt-outs for college games, the COVID testing and stuff. Do you at least have a pretty good feel on who's on the field before these NFL games have been kicking off?
There's no doubt it's been extremely challenging, and it's not here to diminish what's going on for the players and coaches and families involved in all of this. But from a sports betting perspective, it's almost as though I can't leave the computer from sunrise to sunset to try and be able to take advantage of some of the best numbers that are out there. Earlier today, for example, we saw more NFL noise for next weekend with the Jets having 15 players added to their COVID list, so they go from a 2.5-point favorite. That number now down to a pick 'em. We saw the games on Monday night and Tuesday night with rescheduling. It's so much trying to figure out how sports books are going to handle their various house rules for sides and totals if games, dates, and locations get moved. And it really adds a wrench to a lot of the handicap and trying to be able to move early on some of these games where normally you can get the best numbers. And I'm just taking smaller and smaller positions, waiting for the information to really filter out before putting my neck on the line.
At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, part of Outkick, bettheboardpodcast.com. He is Todd Fuhrman with us on the Pepsi hotline. How do you evaluate Florida, who is favored 7 over Central Florida? They don't have a coach. Their quarterback is apparently playing this game, yet hitting the transfer portal when it's all said and done. Yet here they are, still a touchdown favorite over UCF.
It's been pretty wild to watch this game kind of ping pong all over, and you do have some difference of opinions as far as the betting number is concerned. This price got as low as 6 before it took a wave of over money at some point yesterday, not sure exactly when. and you're looking at the Gators now a touchdown favorite in this spot. If this was a regular season game and all things being equal, when you compare talent level, there is no comparison. Yes, it's big brother against little brother, and I'm sure UCF would love to try and upstage Florida going into their offseason. But you're talking about the Gators, a double-digit favorite here. So much of the handicap is predicated on UCF being all hands on deck, thinking that Florida will be a little bit disinterested. And these are the kind of bowl games that you know after a series or two. If the Gators want to be there, things can kind of snowball quickly for UCF. But early on, makes it so tough to try and guess the mindset of these college kids. And you mentioned it. When you're not sure if a quarterback actually wants to be there because his plan is to enter the transfer portal, knowing that Jack Miller is probably going to be Billy Napier's guy to start next season, it does beg the questions, how do you really back a 7-point favorite trying to guess what kind of engagement they're going to have?
Todd Fuhrman with us on the next round. The Birmingham Bowl here will happen before you're with us again, Todd, and that is Houston and Auburn down at our beautiful new stadium, Protective Stadium downtown. This is very different now because Bo Nix had been injured and TJ Finley took over, but now too Mike Bobo is out and Brian Harsin is calling plays now. How does that change your look of Auburn, if any, and what do you make of that game?
There's been a little bit of an appetite for Houston here. The field goals that were widely available are now out of the market. You're looking at a 2.5. Of course, this is subject to change over the next 6 days, but I think Houston makes an awful lot of sense in this particular spot. I know it's a de facto home game for Auburn, but clearly this is a team who had much greater aspirations when they started off hot, and limping to the finish with a 500 record, you begin to wonder if you just want to turn the page for next season and begin to assess where the program is headed from there. Houston finishing up the campaign at 11-2. I mean, they ran into a buzzsaw in Cincinnati in the American Athletic Conference Championship, and they bookended their season with losses to coming to Texas Tech and, of course, the Conference Championship. I think the Cougars will be fully engaged. We've seen Dana Holgerson's teams not always be buttoned up for bowl games, but I think this is a different opportunity with a chance to take on an SEC team in enemy territory. I like Houston to win this game outright.
When you look at Alabama and Cincinnati, the number has hung around about where it opened the whole time, Fuhrman. There hasn't been a ton of movement in this, but have you seen any trends? A lot of times you tell us, yeah, the numbers are the same, but I've seen some over, some under. I know the game's still a good bit away. Have you seen any interesting trends in Alabama-Cincinnati?
The only thing I've seen, and since it's so early on and professional bettors very reluctant, especially in games of this magnitude where the limits will be some of the greatest you'll see during bowl season, to tip their hand, every time the number gets to 14 out here in the desert, there is an appetite to back Cincinnati. And I think the big question, you guys talked about the COVID situation that Alabama is dealing with on the coaching staff. We'll see the residual effects and what players could potentially be impacted, but also keep in mind that you're now buying Alabama stock at the top of the market. I mean, this is a team that struggled against Auburn. They struggled to dispatch a highly mediocre LSU team, and now down one of its key weapons in the passing game. Are you buying Alabama at the peak of where they are? I think Cincinnati will be able to move the football a little bit. Desmond Ridder and this Bearcats team can take an us against the world mentality. The big question that you have to ask for the Bearcats, do they have enough skill position talent offensively to really put a threat into Alabama? And I'm kind of the mindset, if this number were to leak out and get to even 14.5, I'd probably value bet the Bearcats as it stands right now. But for me personally, do not have a bet on this game yet and want to continue to do some digging as we inch closer to that New Year's Eve kickoff. I'm
always amazed at the information you guys in Vegas end up with, often before the actual media covering the teams report it. In connection with a report about JT Daniels and George Pickens being off the field now with COVID, there were a lot of people that are saying JT Daniels was actually taking some snaps with the first team. Don't know how many. Was that what you guys in Vegas might have been hearing, is that JT Daniels might have been getting some first team looks?
That was some of the rumblings that were going on, and it was part of the reason that books that cater to a significantly higher-end clientele had this number leaking out in that 8.5, 9 range. Those numbers are gone now. We're looking at 7.5, more or less painted across the board. Totals climbed up a shade as well, from 44 on the open out to 45.5. And again, it's the converse being true for Georgia, like we talked about with Alabama. This almost feels like it's a discount to buy Georgia off their worst performance of the year. I've been amazed over the last couple of weeks how many people I've seen clamoring for not only Michigan to cover, but to win this game outright. Now, of course, not knowing what Georgia's quarterback situation is going to look like, thinking that JT Daniels' offered a more dynamic passing attack. You put things on pause and you begin to dig into some of those numbers and figure out exactly what players Georgia will have available. But their defensive pride was tested against Alabama, and I think that's where they have to sell out, make Michigan a little bit one-dimensional. And I'm not sure the Wolverines have enough in their passing attack to really put stress on Georgia the same way Alabama did with the likes of John Mechie, Jamison Williams, and company.
All right, Fuhrman, back to the National Football League. Tampa Bay, before the game Sunday night, where were they on a chance maybe to repeat? And where are they now after the injuries to Godwin, losing Fournette and several others for the rest of the season, maybe for part of the playoffs? Where are you on the Buccaneers now? How bad was Sunday night for them?
Yeah, it definitely had a negative impact as far as the betting markets were concerned. You were looking at Tampa as the favorite to come out of the NFC at a price just north of 2-1. If you shopped around a little bit, you could have found 5.5-1 for them to repeat as Super Bowl champions. Those numbers have shifted, and for the first time all season long, Green Bay is now the favorite to come out of the NFC because mainly a lot of people believe, and rightfully so, that the road to the NFC Championship will run through Lambeau, and we'll see if history can repeat itself if Tampa gets another shot there. But no doubt losing the likes of Chris Godwin, who'd taken a major role in this passing attack, is going to be tough to replace. I know the Bucs will get Antonio Brown back in the fold this weekend. I think they have to be smart and get Mike Evans back. As you mentioned, Leonard Fournette going to be placed on IR, so he won't be available to the playoffs. And this defense probably not trending the right direction, although that was far from their fault for what we saw on Sunday night. But Green Bay feels like a team on a different level now. But I think the NFC is probably as wide open at this point in the season as it's been all year. If the Cowboys can figure things out offensively, that defense is trending in the right direction. And I think the trendiest team out there generating buzz is the San Francisco 49ers. But crazy to think about, guys, you could have had the 49ers at 60-1 to win the NFC and upwards of 150-1 to win the Super Bowl in the middle of the season while they struggled. Suddenly, Jimmy Garoppolo leads the league in yards per attempt, and I think this 49ers offense is going to be a very difficult out in the playoffs should they make it.
And I was about to ask you about them because they're 3.5-point road favorites at Tennessee tomorrow night. This Titans team is losers of 3 of the last 4. The Colts are beating their door down, and this is a tough spot for Tennessee tomorrow night in Nashville.
For sure. And when you look at this point spread, it's been interesting to watch because before we saw the games played last weekend, this number was widely available at a look-ahead price of a pick'em. San Francisco goes out, dominates Atlanta. Tennessee can't really do much on the offensive side against the Steelers, and here we are with a 3.5-point market correction. Now, the one thing I would say is Tennessee's defense was outstanding in the game against Pittsburgh. They were put in a tough spot all game. All 4 Titans turnovers led to points, but they did hold Pittsburgh below 170 yards. And when you dig into this Titans team, Mike Vrabel in his career as an underdog, 18-15 straight up. That's not against the spread. He's won 18 of 33 games catching points. We'll see if the short week can benefit them. But this team has really struggled without Derrick Henry. You're talking about a points per game dropping from 28.3 to 18.3, yards per game down more than 75 a contest, and you're seeing Ryan Tannehill passer rating go from an 89 without Derrick Henry. That was 115 before. So clearly this offense, down playmakers, Julio Jones a shell of himself, and we'll see if A.J. Brown is available on Thursday, because if not, I think this is a tough spot to attack that 49ers secondary.
He's absolutely the best of the business. He is Todd Fuhrman. You find him at Outkick, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman, the former odds maker there at Caesars Palace. Fuhrman, have a wonderful Christmas. We always appreciate the time.
Thank you, boys. Same to you and all the loyal listeners who have been with us throughout the course of football season. Enjoy the bowl games and bet responsibly because there are plenty of them over the next 14 to 20 days.
See you, Fuhrman. Thank you. Todd Fuhrman with us on the Pepsi hotline.
Fuhrman back with us next football season is what that sounded like.
No.
Okay. Guys, it's been fun. Thank you for listening.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Yes.
Part of our show, Brandy, brought to you by
Standard for Insurance Agency. The Standard for Insurance Group reminds you auto rates have lowered 4 times in the past 12 months. It's a great time to call the Standard for Insurance Group for an insurance checkup. 205-664-3200. 205-664-3200. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. Let them run the numbers for you and see if they can save for you the way they did for me. 205-664-3200 or standardforinsurancegroup.com.
By the way, the Buccaneers did pick up Le'Veon Bell to replace Leonard Fournette and Giovanni Bernard, both injured and likely not return for this season. So they need somebody to catch the ball out of the backfield, something Ronald Jones does not do very well. Landon Collins with a big early part of the game last night for the Washington football team, but Jalen Hurts rallies Philadelphia. Big win for the Eagles to keep them alive in the NFC playoff hunt. And the Rams pulled away from a 10-10 tie to beat the Seahawks last night. Huge for the Rams in the playoff race. That happened last night. LT not with us today, as you've noticed the empty chair all day long. He'll be back with us on Monday when we broadcast from Dallas as part of our playoff coverage from Alabama. As we head out there, Alabama and Cincinnati in the national semifinal games. But obviously, with Texas A&M now canceling the Gator Bowl, that was our breaking news during Fuhrman right there. Let me circle back around and pass that news along again to you. That Texas A&M, now Brett McMurphy also reporting this, Texas A&M will not play in the Gator Bowl because of a COVID outbreak. And it's unknown right now if the Gator Bowl will find another team. The only way they can find another team is if another bowl is canceled and you put the two healthy teams together in the Gator Bowl.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask because I immediately started looking. I mean, there's no way a team that didn't get in a bowl game to get this together in time. I was what do they mean by find another team?
Only way they can do that is to find another team that loses a bowl and put two healthy teams together.
Makes sense.
And then at that point, I guess the Gator Bowl would fight with we'll say the Outback Bowl.
Well, I played at our place.
We're going to play at our place.
That's when you get them bidding war.
Well, how about if you play at our place and you bring the stakes over to our place? Yeah. But when you talk about bidding war, this is an interesting note that's in the contracts. If a bowl is not played, teams do not receive the payout.
That's unfortunate.
So $5.35 million that will cost Texas A&M, the SEC, because we share that, and will cost Wake Forest.
I mean, that's a significant amount of money for all of the SEC. They'll somehow survive, I'm sure. But, I mean, I hate it for all the kids involved. There's a good chance. I don't know how many players are infected at Texas A&M. There's a good chance that they're mild symptoms is what we've learned about this. And this is just protocol. And you feel awful for Wake. They don't appear to be touched much, if any at all, by all this. And now they're about to lose a game and that money. You hate it for the players. I mean, they earned this spot. You know how I feel about bowl games, but even though they're exhibition games, it's a great reward for the players to make the trip, get the swag, play in another football game, and you just hate it for them, man. You hate it they're losing all this.
Yeah. Jeff says if there are no more bowl-eligible teams, take a 5-7 Texas team and let them play Wake Forest. The problem with that is that Texas has already shut it down for the year.
Yeah, they've disbanded. No telling where their players even are right now on Christmas break.
Yeah,
and now you got to gather them all back together.
Did everybody take their jerseys and steal them on senior night?
That's right.
Where's the helmets?
Could you even run a mile right now? You've been laying on the couch eating chips in the off season.
So I don't think that is the best idea either. So an interesting place we find ourselves as we work our way through this December 22nd show. We are live again tomorrow, and then we're off. Everyone is on Friday as we enjoy Christmas Eve, and then we're back out in Dallas on Monday, pending anything changing in our schedules because of what is going on in the sports world. All right, that's our guest today. You can go back and get Fuhrman, Barrett Jones, and Wimp Sanderson all podcasted right there at nextroundlive.com, and it's always up for you there on our YouTube channel. A quick reminder, when you go to our YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That helps us, and it helps our sponsors as well. Great people like Tom Beckby.
You know, they tell me Tom Beckby, they keep saying this in the chat room over there, in the Farm Folio chat room, he's not a real guy. Rockstar, Tom Beckby's real to me.
He's real. It's all real to me.
It's all real to me. Tom Beckby was looking for great-looking outdoor clothing that looked great in the field and was functional there, looked great in the city as well. Couldn't find it. Made his own in 2015. It's an Alabama company. He designed that jacket then. Now it's a full line of clothing. You can see it for yourself on the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com, or the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
You know, if you're not buying your girl flowers, someone else is. At Blakely's Bouquets, they craft both traditional and contemporary bouquets. They really go above and beyond with their unique and custom designs and provide customers with an intimate experience and help you get something special to your lady today with same-day delivery. Don't let someone else get your girl. Call Blakely's Bouquets to get something special delivered to her today. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Call 205-579-4900 or in person at the full-service flower shop on Oxmoor Road.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing. Santa is coming soon, and you want him to be safe when he lands on your roof. That's why you should make sure your new roof comes from Cardinal Roofing. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Peter Burns right now, just the last 18 months have been a hell of a decade.
Boy, have they now. He's right about that.
It continues on. John Lunsford going to make his way in the studio here. He's going to read us our 3 and Out here today in just a second. I'll run through the developing headlines before we get into all that just involve immediately the college teams of interest around here and not all of the COVID positive tests that are impacting sports everywhere we are. That update will be brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jimmy D, getting your spine properly aligned affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body because it controls your nervous system. Start the new year healthier than this year. Go see my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, off 119 and 280. Make an appointment by calling 205-981-8090. That's 205-981-8090. Or GreystoneChiropractor.com. That's GreystoneChiropractor.com.
We'll start with the fact that Texas A&M cannot play in the Gator Bowl. They don't have enough healthy players. They are opting out of the Gator Bowl. That it's a little over $5 million they will not collect for the conference. And the Gator Bowl hopes to find someone else to play in that game, but there is no guarantee they can do that. They had been on pause because of the outbreak inside the football program, to which the great Travis Reier, friend of the show, writes, should note that the Aggies basically have been on pause since the win over Alabama.
That's awful. There's a little bit of truth to that, though.
Yeah, a little bit of truth to that right there. Also, Doug Marrone and Bill O'Brien, Alabama coaches, they have had some minor symptoms and have tested positive themselves. They are now away from the football team and are going through the protocols away from the football team. Anything you wanted to add to that? You read the official release.
That is pretty much it. I mean, the good news is they expect them to be back for the game. And again, with coaches, if nothing else we learned how to do last year, it's absolutely everything virtually. So they'll be able to contribute as much as they possibly can virtually. Heck, Nick Saban was doing it last year.
And then Georgia dealing with some players with positive tests. The most high-profile ones are starters or guys who have been taking first-team reps, JT Daniels and George Pickens, according to reports, both testing positive, both in the protocol now, which in some instances have you been quarantined for 10 days, and we're now inside the 10-day window for the semifinals, but it's 10 days from when your first symptoms came, so they could, backtrack that to when the first sniffle or headache happened, but we'll see how that plays out for the Georgia team, waiting an official word from Kirby and those folks, to which Jacob's right. It would be all Georgia's luck to have a playoff team back in the playoffs and possibly the best team in the country and have to forfeit due to COVID.
That's what I said earlier. Only Georgia could this happen to. Like, you could potentially be a game away from a national championship, or 2 games, I guess, and have to pack it in. Don't even get to play the game.
Ross Dellinger, his opinion here, says this college sport this outbreak is happening in college sports for 2 reasons. One, regular testing of unvaxxed symptomatic athletes are producing positives to trigger contact tracing and more positives. And the unvaxxed symptomatic athletes produce enough positives for team-wide testing. That's why you're having such a spike in this right now.
If there is a sustained, the way the rule reads, and there's a lot of rules here, but one I read, if there's a sustained increase of transmissions on a team, which is concurrent positive cases of 5% or more of a team comprised of 50 or more individuals, so it would, I guess, be 10 or more for a football team.
Then everybody gets tested.
Then you go back to the testing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that seems to be what is happening.
Yep.
So in order to move forward and play these games, they're going to have to change the rules.
Probably so. Relax them is the way they would like to word it. That's what the NFL did. But, yes, change them.
Change the rules. All right. That gets us to our 3 and Out today, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Jim, I went to see them myself, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They got the great locations all over the city of Birmingham. If you're sending the kids back to school after the start of the year, maybe back to college, make sure they're safe on the road. Take their vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto. Look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Don't go to bowl season on crappy tires.
That's right.
First down.
John Lunsford to read this. Here we go.
Had so many great questions last time. Figured I'd do it again.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
were very good then.
More wins in 2022 now that they found new teams. Bo Nix or Keaton Slovis?
Bo with Oregon. Slovis with Pittsburgh. Another great question.
That's fantastic. Well written. I'm going to go Bo Nix. I think Pittsburgh will regress back to the mean. Pittsburgh's not going to do this in back-to-back years, I don't think.
All right.
And I do think losing Mark Whipple, even though Oregon has lost their whole coaching staff, losing Mark Whipple is a big loss for them. So I am going to go with Oregon here. I think that's a 9 or 10 win team.
Traditionally, I don't think Pitt can have this on back-to-back years. They seem to be a roller coaster. If Whipple was still there, adding Keaton Slovis, I would give them a chance to do it, but I agree with Brown. Whipple gone. I'm going to ride with Bo Nix and Oregon to have maybe a Pac-12 North-like championship year.
I've been riding with Bo Nix since Pinson Valley.
That's right. Why stop now? Take him all the way to Oregon.
So Bo Nix is your answer too?
Yeah, and really even Scottsboro.
Okay.
Second down.
All right, biggest surprise to you, Davidson over Alabama last night or Samford over the Ole Miss Rebels?
I'm going to go first here. I'm going to say Davidson over Alabama, though Davidson's, coaches won over 600 games. They're tough out. You see them in the tournament all the time. I thought this Alabama team was elite. Thought they were one of the best 8 teams in the country, and they may still be when it counts, but they didn't play like that last night, and Davidson played really, really good. I sort of, give Samford a fighting chance almost against anybody now with Bucky coaching them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 2-loss Samford team. Ole Miss has played very up and down. I mean, they've got some good wins, some bad losses. I think they're somewhere around 130 or so in the net, so it's not a huge shock when a Samford goes into their place and beats them in a last game before you start your conference schedule. You're probably looking past that. I mean, there are a lot of factors. Plus, Bucky's just done a really good job with the Samford team. So I think I was more surprised by Davidson, even though Davidson's a much better team. Davidson over Alabama.
Third down.
You agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
It was well written.
Same thing with Bucky. We've been following him since high school.
That's right. Why stop now?
All right, best 10-win team in the NFC right now. Bucks, Rams, Cards, or the Dallas Cowboys?
That's a good question.
That is
a great question.
If Lance was here, he would try to downplay the Rams, but that is your correct answer right now. The Cardinals are sliding. I'm not convinced they win another game. The Bucks are badly injured. They're not going to lose out, but boy, they are banged up. Dak Prescott is playing hurt for Dallas. They've tried to avoid that, but he's clearly playing hurt for Dallas. The Rams are healthy as anyone is, and they're playing good football. So I'll go Rams.
Bucks won the championship last year. I thought they'd be back in the playoffs this year. They will be. To start the year, though, I thought the Rams were the team to beat. And then about halfway through the year, I thought the Cowboys were the team to beat. And now I never bought the Cardinals. We're back to the Rams being the team to beat, not named the Packers. So of the 10-win teams, the Rams are the best
Boy, there's
team.
starting to be a lot of love for San Francisco, though. You heard it from Fuhrman there.
Yeah. And here they come.
And you're going to see it tomorrow night. They're going to crush the Titans who beat the Rams.
It feels that way, yes.
Yeah.
It feels like they're going to crush the Titans.
And it's amazing how much Lance downplays the Rams, but yet plays up USC. And yet the Rams, I do think, is the answer here, but I don't think USC wins Pac-12 next year.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. But
it's interesting you've noticed that. Yeah.
San Francisco, 8 wins. 8 wins San Francisco.
They're an 8-win San Francisco team, but a lot of people are loving them.
Yep, playing good right now. All right. Happy birthday, Steve Carlton and Steve Garvey.
For those that don't know, Steve Carlton, one of the great left-handed pitchers of all time, mostly with the Philadelphia Phillies. Steve Garvey, one of the best-hitting first basemen of all time, mostly with the Dodgers, some with the Padres.
So who is the greatest Steve of all time? I have a feeling neither one of those are the answer.
That is not for me. I'm going to go Steve Carell away from sports.
Okay.
And I enjoy him on The Office and just about everything else he does.
Steve Martin?
Steve Martin would be in the conversation, but for me it's Steve Carell. I find funnier than Steve Martin.
Ooh.
Interesting.
All-time Steve Martin, last 10 years, Steve Carell.
Steve Martin plays the banjo. He writes novels.
Rockstar's a big Steve Martin fan.
He's a director.
Very talented Steve, yes. In sports, underrated.
Steve Carell was in Evan Almighty. I'm bad. My bad. Good film.
He was in The Office. He's in The Morning Show.
Yeah.
Only Murders in the Building, though. Best show this year.
Yeah.
What is it?
Only Murders in the Building with Steve Martin, Martin Short, Selena Gomez.
And that's the best show of the year?
It's the best show of the year so far.
It's a really good show.
Wow. Steve Largent, underrated pros wide receiver for the original Seahawks.
Is there a guy,
Steve McNair, Titans?
Is there a guy that has more impact on what the four of us involved in this conversation do on a daily basis than Steve Jobs? Here's where Dunaway downplays Steve Jobs. I mean, somebody would have admitted it at some point.
I mean, that's Kevin says, Steve Jobs.
I mean,
Dan Hoodlin throws out Steve Austin.
Dunaway, can I ask you?
No.
Dunaway, can I ask
Steve
you?
Austin's $6 Million Man?
No, Steve Austin is Stone Cold Steve
Austin. How does he say it, Rockstar?
No. I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Steve Young's your best athletic Steve, probably. Hall of Fame quarterback, Steve Young. Yeah, wow. I mean, who
Steve
else?
Gutenberg.
Steve Gutenberg. Dunaway, back to Steve Jobs. What time is it right now? Show me your watch. What time is it?
You just look on your computer screen.
Yeah, no. I need a time from your watch.
I use the sun for time.
From your watch, what time is it?
Or his computer screen. Or his phone.
Have you received any text lately? No, it's
1, 2, 3,
I mean,
4.
It's all
5
over the
Apple
studio.
products in here.
I guess I own 3 right here.
Right there. Yes.
5 more because Apple TV.
Oh, that's right. Look at all our TVs. Those are all on Apple TV. Thank you, Spectrum.
Okay, Steve Jobs the winner.
Steve Jobs got to be your best, your most impactful Steve of all time.
Sports though, Steve McNair. Whole reason I'm a Titans fan.
Yeah,
I gotta go Steve McNair.
Steve McNair was
Steve
great.
McNair is great.
I mean, he's not better than Steve Young.
Yeah, I mean, it's Steve Austin. Come on, nobody's better than Randy Macho Man Savage.
The greatest of all time.
That's the take I have that you hate the most.
Rockstar doesn't hate
I don't know about that.
Rockstar doesn't hate it. He just hated all the calls that it brought. You don't really care.
Oh
one
no,
way or the
because
other.
you just said it out of nowhere,
Yeah.
just like saying like, "Hey, right now, the British Bulldog, greatest wrestler of all time. Do you know anything about him? No." And then the phones just blow up. Like, he's out of his mind if he thinks it's British Bulldog.
All right, that is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, listen, if you're headed to bowl season, watching the Cotton Bowl, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, make sure your car is ready for the road. Go by any of the 4 locations, Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They fix my rotors and my tires. Brand new tires on my vehicle. They do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And LT will send out the lock later today at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. All of his plays throughout the holidays is at lanceslock.com, lanceslock.com. And I'm telling you, what a great Christmas gift that is. lanceslock.com for the person that likes to wager or win office pools in your life. lanceslock.com for that. But Jeremy Purvis and his team, they bring you the lock every day at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com, the website. Just drain it. They can handle your commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927, 516-4927, or ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. Jeremy said earlier he liked the under in the Missouri Army game tonight. That's what he said in the Farmfolio chat room.
A lot of running.
LT's official lock later today on Twitter at the Lance Taylor Browning.
When we come back, a potential curveball in the semifinals that you've been asking about.
A potential or potential?
A potential. I misspoke. A potential curveball, according to reports, sources.
Well, you say words that I don't sometimes understand. I thought
my
that was going to be
apologies.
something that was another word I'd never heard of.
Yeah, it
All right.
is because it's not a word.
So it's a potential impact to the college football semifinals next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power. with so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets. Versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to Cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, Cowan.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The Next Round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoffs thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne, Campy's World Famous Chicken, Culver, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night covering the chase for another national championship on the Next Round.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. All of the pregame festivities kick off on December 27th at the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into the game day spirit. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Get the full schedule of bowl activities and buy tickets online at TicketSmarterBirminghamBowl.com.
You know, when we did our tacky sweater yesterday, I said I couldn't find one. I've gotten two different pictures from Buc-ee's with just racks of tacky sweaters there.
That would have worked.
Yeah.
You could have gone to Buc-ee's. I don't know if Lance got hacked. He's not here today. But I saw earlier on Twitter at the Lance Taylor Rockstar. I want you to tell me if this is surprising to you that Lance tweeted this. At the Lance Taylor, his most recent tweet, biggest early upset of the bowl season is Buc-ee's doesn't sell gift cards. Anything from pocket knives, birdhouses, White Claws, deer jerky, and pajamas, but no gift cards.
How do you not sell gift cards anywhere?
All right, my takeaway was, why was Lance at Buc-ee's looking for a gift card?
I swear, I thought we did a trivia last week, a corporate trivia, and I thought one of the prizes was a Buc-ee's gift card.
Interesting.
I swear I remember that.
I mean, I hope at some point we have gift cards that we can sell for the Next Round store, you know? Why would you not want gift cards? That's just basically buying stuff for somebody else. You just let them, give it to them.
It's bought, but you choose what you want here.
That's right. No, I agree.
I probably couldn't choose for you.
All right. And we can do this as a poll question tomorrow. Yeah. But oftentimes, instead of you buying me clothes, I mean, I understand it's about the thought that matters, but I would rather have the gift card and let me pick out what I have.
Well, it's
instead
interesting
of you giving
because
me my fourth blue shirt.
My mom and my mother-in-law take my 17-year-old shopping before Christmas and just let her pick out everything.
And then, we have to go home and wrap it.
Oh, no, they go home and wrap it. And she opens it. Like, she told me the other day, she said, Dad, what day are we going to Mimi's for Christmas? And I said, the 23rd.
I really need that shirt.
No. She said, all right. I can't wait to get my on clouds.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I mean, you already know everything you're getting. It's just not fun. But I'm kind of.
It is fun when it comes to clothes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. Don't forget our friends at Hemp Hill, Adam and Chad, the team at Hemp Hill. They are the ones we trust
to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. All right, it is from Dennis Dodd. This is a slight curveball, and you're seeing already the college football playoff is trying to get their arms around this. According to his sources, the college football playoff has given semifinalists the option of arriving 48 hours before the game. So if you're unaware, Alabama currently, unless they change this, is scheduled to travel to Dallas Sunday.
Practice in Dallas Sunday. Yes, travel and practice.
As are we, by the way.
Yes.
Where are y'all practicing?
No, we're traveling, not practicing. It'll be a full show for us. This would allow Alabama and presumably Cincinnati, Georgia, and Michigan to not arrive until their destination, Miami or Dallas, until the 29th, 48 hours prior to the game. So you see already the college football playoff is trying to get their arms around this. And I get I don't know. I don't know what Nick Saban would choose to do. I think Nick Saban likes to control as many variables as he can. So I would imagine if Dennis Dodd's sources are correct and Alabama's given this option, they may not travel until Wednesday.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the attitude of the players. Alabama's Will Anderson said last night, this is a business trip. And that's the way
right.
When you're in the playoffs, yes, it is the Cotton Bowl, it's the Orange Bowl. But you don't go there like you do in a normal bowl game and worry about pie-eating contest and who can win the tug-of-war. You're there to win a championship.
Yeah, they'll still do the hospital visits, which I think those were going to be virtual this year, but they would normally do the hospital visits.
Yeah.
You know, the charity aspect, but you're right. Like the wing-eating contest, pie-eating contest.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Not the same.
And
they do have a big steak dinner at the Cotton Bowl that is legendary at the quality of meat you get in Dallas. For that, and you just stack on the steaks, and they're just fantastic. So that is historic in Dallas, and I think it goes on different nights. It's not the teams there together. So I don't know if they would lose that kind of stuff.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know the answer to that. But I think it would be interesting if the teams, if Dennis Dodd's report is correct here, if his source is correct, and the teams are given the option, what Alabama would choose to do.
Yeah, controlling as many variables as possible is always key.
My gut tells me stay in Tuscaloosa and don't travel till Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's what my gut tells me.
And, that way you're sort of in your own little bubble.
That's right. And I can control everything.
Yeah, but if that bubble has already been punctured, that's where the problem seems to be. Here's what Billy Lucci learned from A.D. Ross Bjork on why Texas A&M has canceled the Gator Bowl. A&M was currently down to just 38 scholarship position players, only 13 scholarship players on defense.
13 on defense.
13 scholarship players on defense, 38 total for the team. And that's when you factor in the COVID positive, the opt-outs, the transfers, and the season-ending injuries. They were down to 13 available scholarship players on defense, 38 total. And I know there are someone of yesteryear watching us or listening to us right now saying, back in the day, the whole football team was 38 players, and they played two ways. Well, that's not the world we live in anymore.
Whether it is true or not, the narrative of these teams didn't really want to play in the bowl game is going to exist. That narrative is going to be out there. That A&M didn't really need a whole lot of pushing to punch out of the Gator Bowl and just be done with the season. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that narrative is going to exist.
Yeah. All right. One more break here. We'll try to tie everything into a bow and put this one to rest today. Again, a live show again tomorrow, and at this moment, scheduled to be in Dallas on Monday. I'll ask Brown, green light, yellow light on us doing a show in Dallas Monday, or if that's up in the air, and a lot more when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Listen, get mortgages done right when you get them done with Mortgage Right. Start the new year off with more cash in your pocket. If you make major money moves, your bank account is at a standstill, Mortgage Right can help you get the ball rolling with a cash-out refinance. Pay off debt, renovate your home, buy yourself that pinball machine that's been sitting in your eBay cart. Start by going to mortgageright.com/TNR today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Buy tickets online now at TicketSmarterBirminghamBowl.com. Don't miss your chance to pack the brand new Protective Stadium when the Auburn Tigers take on the Houston Cougars in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl, December 28th at Protective Stadium.
We'll wrap up the show here, and I'm so excited about. We're going to Dallas. That's what we decided in the commercial break. We're going to go to Dallas and see where the COVID cards fall. Right. So we're live here tomorrow in this beautiful studio, thanks to our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino and then we're heading to Dallas to broadcast live on location starting Monday.
I don't think you are going to have an issue. Gosh, I shouldn't say this aloud. I don't believe in jinxes, though. I don't think you're going to have an issue with the semifinal games. I think what you end up with the semifinal games is players take it very seriously. They understand the consequences of their actions, and they're probably a little more vigilant than a player that's just going to go to the Meineke Car Care Bowl.
Yeah.
So, and Alabama has done this once before. There should not be a team in this playoff more uniquely qualified to handle all of this than Alabama. That said, two of their assistant coaches right now, Doug Marrone and Bill O'Brien, are sidelined because of COVID-19, announced by the school, but will reportedly coach in the game, or the school says they are confident they can coach in the game.
Well, I would keep in mind that Nick Saban said back on Monday that they had restarted their COVID protocols from last year.
Right. They did the whole care package going back home for Christmas.
Yeah,
Make
and
sure
all
you
that.
do this.
Yep.
Keep your hands clean. Keep the mask on when you can, whatever the case is.
And with masking in the buildings and smaller meeting rooms, social distancing, they had already started that, which lets you know that probably this Marrone and O'Brien thing is retroactive a few days, because they are very quick to point out they would be available for the Cotton Bowl. Ross Dellinger also reporting that the NCAA COVID task force actually had an emergency meeting last night to discuss some things. And he says it's pretty amazing how quickly this has happened. Yesterday, semifinal sites were planning on business as usual with media availability and everything, and now that seems to be changing.
I want to ask this on the Texas A&M cancellation, and people are hitting us up on Twitter about this. What about a team that has already played and potentially won their bowl game, but they were still together if they felt like they could get it together? And people are suggesting Coastal Carolina, who played last Friday. UAB played Saturday. I mean, the game's not until the 31st.
Which is a week from Friday.
Yeah, it's a week from Friday. So you would have time.
So that's the game that is before the semifinals in the morning, the Gator Bowl was?
I believe that is right, Jim. Let me confirm that.
Yeah.
I could have the wrong date. I'm sorry. There are so many bowl games trying to do. Not too many, though. There are not too many. Don't hear me say that, but there are a lot of them as I try to dig through and find where Texas A&M was playing. I think it was on the 31st, though. I think that's what I saw. Yeah. It's the early game, 11 o'clock, 31st. So now Washington State, Miami is your earliest game that day in the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl.
Yeah, interesting. So Texas A&M out of the Gator Bowl. They're out of the bowl business this year because of a COVID breakout. Breakouts with 2 coaches at Alabama, 2 players at Georgia. That is all the storylines that are going on away from basketball. Don't forget, for Auburn, big basketball game tonight. Auburn, number 12 against Murray State. 5 o'clock on the SEC Network. The Tigers unbeaten at home so far this year. Bruce's team, Bruce Pearl, back in the sidelines for this one. He hopes to have Alan Flanagan available tonight. That would be good, as well as Murray State brings in one of the highest scoring offenses in the country. Flanagan rehabbing Achilles injury from last year. And Auburn's just waiting when, not if, he'll come back, and maybe tonight's the night. We'll update you on that tomorrow with our live show. That is it. Thanks for being with us. Don't forget the rewind starts in a second. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.